Good morning, everyone. This is Ranger Jake here in Yellowstone National Park, and today we're filming in Mammoth Hot Springs area. Over my shoulder, we have Mount Everest in the background, and I'm joined today by our bear management biologist, Carrie Gunther. And that's because today we're going to be talking about the past, present, and future of bear management in Yellowstone. So I want to thank you for joining us in this next installment of our 150th anniversary virtual video series. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and jump behind the camera and we'll get started and we'll let Carrie take it away. Thanks for joining us.
Okay, thanks. So Yellowstone National Park was established in 1872, and it was set aside primarily to protect the geysers and the thermal features, and bears and other wildlife really weren't one of the primary considerations when the park was established. However, bears quickly became one of the park's primary attractions. Early in the park's history, hotels were built in some of the geyser basins, and garbage management was quite a bit different back then, and so the garbage from the hotel kitchens was just dumped right out back behind the hotel. By the early 1890s, the park superintendent was reporting that large numbers of black bears had begun to congregate to feed on the garbage piles behind these hotels. And then within a few years, the superintendent was also reporting that large numbers of grizzly bears were now also congregating at those garbage piles. So park visitors would come, tour the geyser basins, come back to the hotel in the evening for dinner, and then just before dark would go out to watch bears feed on the garbage behind the hotels. And this became so popular with park visitors that the National Park Service actually formalized the procedure and put in lunch counters for bears, as they called them, and they would take the choicest barrels of kitchen scraps and dump them on a platform, and then had log bleachers that visitors could sit in, and hundreds of people a night could sit and watch bears feed on garbage. By 1910, the first report of black bears panhandling for human food handouts along park roads were reported by the superintendent. So even before we had motorized vehicles in the park, bears were learning to beg for human food handouts from park visitors traveling through the park in horse and wagon. And then this quickly took off as a primary tourist attraction, and Yellowstone National Park became known as a place where you could see bears up close, you could interact with bears, you could feed bears, you could use food to lure bears into interesting positions for photographs. And from that point on, Yellowstone really became known as kind of a bear park. Management of our developed areas and campgrounds was also quite a bit different. We didn't have bear-proof garbage cans or dumpsters. We didn't have bear-proof food storage lockers. And there were no ordinances initially preventing people from feeding bears. And so grizzly bears and black bears would come into the developments and the campgrounds and usurp food from park visitors, sometimes taking their food right off the picnic table as the visitors ran away. Having all these bears that were conditioned to human foods, getting fed by visitors, they were habituated to the presence of people, interacting so closely with park visitors also led to a lot of bear-human conflicts. So from the 1930s, when the park began keeping good records, up through the 1960s, we were averaging 138 bear-caused property damages per year, typically damage to people's vehicles, camping equipment, tents, buildings, mostly with bears trying to get access to human food or garbage. And we were also averaging 48 bear attacks per year. So with 48 bear-inflicted human injuries per year, things were fairly dangerous. A lot of these injuries were relatively minor, but some were quite severe. And so the park began looking into efforts to try to reduce the number of bear-human conflicts and the number of bear-inflicted human injuries that were occurring in the park. Then in 1967 in Glacier National Park, 2 people were killed in 2 separate incidents in one night by 2 different grizzly bears. And that was really a wake-up call for the National Park Service that all the bear parks had to clean up the parks so that bears weren't getting into so many conflicts with people. So that led to Yellowstone National Park implementing a new bear management program in 1970. As part of that program, we closed all the garbage dumps in the park, and from that point forward, we began shipping our garbage out to incinerator in Livingston, Montana, well out of occupied grizzly bear habitat. We also bear-proofed all our garbage cans and dumpsters in the park. We began strictly enforcing regulations that prohibited recreational hand feeding of bears. We also converted our backcountry campsite system from dispersed camping, where you could pretty much camp anywhere you wanted in the backcountry. We converted to a designated backcountry campsite system where you got a permit for a specific campsite, and in each designated campsite we provided either a food storage pole or a food storage locker. And that really cleaned up our backcountry campsites of any conflicts with bears. We also began campground food security patrols each evening to make sure everybody put their food away, locked up in their car in a bear-proof manner. And we did several other things. We began carcass management, where we move carcasses. If an ungulated elk or a deer dies in a development or a campground, we'll move that so it doesn't attract bears into our developments and campgrounds or right next to the road, to try to reduce the number of interactions between bears and people. Now, bears had a tough time coping with the loss of the human food handouts and garbage, and so a lot of bears persisted in trying to obtain human food and garbage, and often damaged property in the process. So a lot of those bears were removed in management actions, and so that 1970 management program initially led to very high human-caused mortality, as these bears that had grown up mostly eating garbage were removed from the population if they couldn't figure out a way to persist on the native foods found in the park. We also saw that our cub production declined, so average litter size went down. The first age that adult females would have their first litter, that increased. Bears were older before they have their first litter. And then the interbirth interval, so the number of years between litters, also increased. And this was probably due to bears that were used to feeding on garbage, didn't have that garbage to supplement the native foods, and so they lost weight, and then cub production declined, and cub survival also declined during that period. And ultimately, this is what led to grizzly bears being listed as a threatened species in 1975. So for about the first 5 years of our new 1970 management program, things weren't going very well as far as the bear population was declining due to that high mortality combined with low cub production and survival. However, over time, we learned how to reduce human-caused mortality of grizzly bears in the park by preventing them from ever getting into human foods. Then they didn't cause conflicts, and so we didn't have to remove them in management actions. So eventually our population began to increase. Our females figured out how to more efficiently survive on the natural foods found in the park, and so cub production went back up to about what it was. Average age of first reproduction declined again down, so bears were having their first litters at a younger age, and then that interbirth interval also got shorter. So females were producing more litters and having better survival of those cubs.
Was that something that you guys predicted, you know, thinking that once we do this, we are going to see these effects, but they're going to be somewhat short term and then they'll turn around? Or was it like, oh no, what did we do?
We did believe that there'd be high initial mortality. I think the mortality, though, was higher than anybody actually expected, even higher than what people expected. And so the Craighead brothers, who were doing research here at the time, believed that prior to the dump closures, there was about 222 to 245 grizzly bears in the greater Yellowstone ecosystem, with most of those centered in Yellowstone National Park. After the high mortality associated with the dump closures, the Craighead brothers estimated that the population declined down to just 136 grizzly bears. So that mortality was higher. Even though people expected slightly higher mortality, they didn't predict that it would be as high as it was. And then once grizzly bears were listed as a threatened species, all the land and wildlife management agencies in the greater Yellowstone ecosystem began working together to conserve bears and reduce human-caused mortality and protect habitat. And so over time then, the population began to increase, and today population estimates are about 1,000 to 1,100 grizzly bears in the ecosystem, up from possibly as few as 136 in the mid-1970s. And when grizzly bears were listed as a threatened species in 1975, it was estimated that they occupied an area of about 6,000 square miles in the greater Yellowstone ecosystem, so Yellowstone National Park and some of the wilderness areas surrounding the park. Today, the population occupies an area of over 26,000 square miles, so significant range expansion, to the point now where grizzly bears in the greater Yellowstone ecosystem are only about 65 kilometers from grizzly bears in the northern Continental Divide ecosystem. So in the next generation or two, we might get connectivity between the two populations.
And what's the benefit of that?
Genetically, you always worry about an island population due to effects of inbreeding. So if we can get these two populations connected, where bears can pass from one to the other, it would really help the population genetics on a long-term basis.
And do they think, like, I'm guessing the 65 kilometers is documented, and do we know, like, can you make an assumption or infer, like, if we're documenting them this close, it's possible that they may even be closer or wandering in and out that we're just unaware of?
Yes, it'll take us time to discover once bears do interbreed between the two populations. So genetically, we can tell if they do. We are getting some reports of grizzly bears in between the two populations now, within that 65 kilometers. We can't always confirm those, but we're starting to see signs of it. So, it likely will happen depending on how high the human-caused mortality is in that area.
Gotcha. Cool. So what else is going on today as far as, what are, with all those things that we were doing in the past and then what we're doing today? I mean, what's a typical day for you out in the park, regarding bear management? What's it look like these days?
Yeah, these days we have conflicts at a very low level. We'll have only 2 to 4 grizzly bear human conflicts in a year now, and some of those are pretty benign, where we used to have 138 conflicts a year. So we've really reduced the number of conflicts. We really jump on our management right away. So if a bear shows up in a development or in a campground, our dispatch will call us and we'll come haze the bear out using rubber bullets, beanbag rounds, or cracker shells. And we do a lot of food storage management. We're still doing food security patrols. We're installing bear boxes in all our roadside campgrounds. So we have almost 2,000 campsites. And we used to require that people just store their food in their car, but the more easy and convenient we make food storage regulations for park visitors, the more likely they are to comply. So by putting in a food storage box in every campground, it makes it real easy, so people can just throw all their food in the bear food storage box, and they can go out and tour the park, and it keeps bears safe, and it also makes it easy and convenient for visitors to comply with that regulation. We're still doing a lot of carcass management. Nowadays, if an elk or a bison dies near a road or a campground, it might attract anywhere from half dozen to a dozen grizzly bears. So we move carcasses to places where bears can feed on them undisturbed by people. So the bears still get the nutrition, they still get the food, but not with 100 people within 10 or 20 yards trying to take pictures of them. And this keeps visitors safe as well.
And what about just like typical, like even when there's not a grizzly or not a carcass on the side of the road and bears are moving around, what's it like for a visitor coming, viewing bears these days? What's some good practices that they should follow?
Yeah, seeing bears is very common today. So we'll get, thousands of reports a summer of people seeing bears. Some bears still get very used to people, but they're not getting human food. So they'll be feeding in the meadows right next to the road. And, those will create big bear jams where all kinds of people stop to view and photograph and just appreciate bears. And so what we ask in those situations, be considerate of the bear. The bear really just wants to be left alone. But, you can take your pictures and stuff. We just ask that all visitors maintain at least a 100-yard distance from bears. So if the bear is moving towards the road to cross it, don't get in front of it. Move away so you maintain that 100 yards. That makes it safe for the visitor, safe for the bear. Don't follow, approach, or encircle bears. A lot of times everyone wants a front row seat for a picture, so they'll form a big circle around a bear. Bears might get a little agitated and nervous if they feel enclosed in by that many people. So, treat the bear with respect. Think about the poor bear that's out there. He's a bear. He just wants to be left alone. He needs to be feeding in those meadows. So, don't be running. A bear that might cause a bear to chase you. Don't be yelling and making a lot of noise. When you're at a roadside traffic jam, be respectful of the bear and maintain that 100-yard distance.
And what about people in the backcountry? Is there any particular, or if you're hiking, if you're getting away from the road, is there any particular thing that we, want to impress on people?
Yeah, so backcountry hiking, we like to reduce injuries as much as possible. We currently average just 1 injury per year, and it's typically a surprise encounter, usually a solo hiker that has a surprise encounter with a female with cubs. And the female, she believes that the hiker's a threat to her cubs. She just wants to neutralize that threat, gather up her cubs, and leave. So you can reduce the odds significantly by, first of all, hiking in larger groups. So groups of 3 or more people are rarely ever injured by bears. So if you can just find 2 friends to hike with, you'll have significantly reduced the odds of being injured by a bear. Then when you're hiking, we ask everybody to carry bear spray. Bear spray is a very cost-effective method of diffusing aggression in bears. So it's a hot pepper solution that you spray out of a can if a bear's charging you. So we recommend that everybody hiking in the backcountry carry bear spray and know how to use it. And then another very cost-effective way of reducing the odds of being attacked by a bear in the backcountry is to make noise, especially in blind spots on the trail. So if you're coming up over a hill or around a tight corner in dense vegetation regrowth, give a couple shout outs, hey bear, just so the bear hears you coming, so it is time to leave and disperse before you come around the corner and surprise it. If you do encounter a bear up close, what we recommend is, first of all, try slowly backing away. Often by putting a little bit of distance between you and that female with cubs, it'll diffuse the situation. Now that doesn't mean turn and run, because bears chasing that run. They're very predacious on elk calves, so they're used to running down things that run away from them. So you want to just slowly back away. And again, that distance you're putting between yourself and the female will often diffuse the situation. If the bear becomes agitated and charges, then you want to stop and stand your ground. By standing your ground, you're showing the bear that you're willing to defend yourself. And most of the time, if you stand your ground, the bear's going to either stop the charge short or veer off to the side at the last minute. And it usually won't follow through and make contact. Anytime you have a bear charging you, when it's 60 feet or closer, that's about the range of bear spray. So bear spray goes about 30 feet. But so when the bear's about 60 feet away, it's coming very fast. You want to start spraying, put a big cloud of bear spray in front of you, so the bear has to run through that cloud of bear spray, and then just keep emptying the bear spray into the bear's face. And bear spray is over 90% effective at stopping aggressive behavior in bears.
Awesome. So so we talked about the past and the present, and so I guess what are your hopes, for the future of bear management in Yellowstone National Park? What sort of things are we working on?
Well, we think with the way that our climate is warming, that our foods are going to change some. So we might lose some bear foods. We could gain some bear foods. Some bear foods are probably going to be less abundant. Others might become more abundant. So we really have to keep a close eye on this population. And again, bears, they're an omnivore generalist. They eat a lot of different things. Bears used to occupy habitat all the way from the Arctic Circle down into Mexico. So they're capable of surviving in a lot of different vegetation types, which actually that will help them with climate change, because they can survive in a lot of different climates with different vegetation. But they're always very vulnerable to human-caused mortality. So we're going to have to continually try to figure out ways to keep human-caused mortality to an absolute minimum in this ecosystem to try to conserve our bear population.
And how far away are we from all of the food storage containers in the park right now?
Yeah, with food storage containers, we currently have a bear pole or a food storage locker in all 300 of our backcountry campsites. And in the roadside car campgrounds, we have about 1,100 bear boxes installed, and we have about 2,000 campsites in the park. So we're probably still about 3 or 4 years we'll finish putting a bear box in every campsite in the roadside car campgrounds.
Awesome. That's good. So so before we sign off, as someone who has worked in Yellowstone with bears for nearly 40 years, I feel like there might be some sort of a cool story or anecdote that you tell with friends when you're sitting around a campfire or something like that. I was curious if you have a story off the top of your head that you might share with our audience.
Well, yeah, boy, in 40 years I have a lot of stories. With bears, I think what I find so unique about bears is they're all individuals, and they're extremely intelligent. So they're a lot like humans. Unlike elk, all elk seem to do about the same thing, but each bear's an individual. and they have a personality, and bears will play and have fun. They'll be mad and upset. So it's just never a dull moment with bears, and they'll always surprise you. And in a lot of ways, they're actually very predictable, though, in how they respond to humans. I think park visitors are much more unpredictable than bears are.
All right. Well, we'll jump back on here. With that, I want to thank Carrie for joining us today for the next installment of our 150th anniversary video series. Thanks for talking to us about the past, present, and future of bear management. And thank you for your support for Yellowstone National Park, and we'll see you at the next video. From Yellowstone National Park, this is what we do. I'm Jake Frank.
And I'm Miles Barger.
Miles, how's it going?
Going great.
Yeah?
How are you?
Good. How's your drive to work today?
Very short.
Yeah. How are the roads?
Very clear and in excellent condition.
That's good to hear.
Honestly, yeah.
So, speaking of roads, to start, I have a trivia question. I'm curious if I would say this is on the easier of some of the questions that we've been hearing, but
Okay.
Do you know how many miles of road are in Yellowstone National Park?
475?
That is very close. 452, I think, is the number that I've been given from facilities in some of the reports that I've read. But yeah, 450 plus. And that's roughly the distance between like DC and South Carolina, Charleston, as the crow flies. So it's like multiple states. So it's a lot of roads that are in the park that we maintain
In harsh conditions.
in harsh conditions.
On a volcano. No big deal.
Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah. It's either burning the road away or it's frozen and under snow.
Or both.
Or both. Yeah. For many. And so to talk a little bit about that, I think when people come to the park, they just drive on the roads. You kind of take that for granted. But there's a lot of work that goes into keeping those up to date. So today we're joined by Brian Batzloff. He's the engineering equipment operator supervisor for the special projects crew. Did I get that correct?
You got that correct.
All right. Well, Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Yeah. How are you
Thanks
doing
for
today?
having me. Good.
Yeah. How was your drive to work today?
It was wonderful.
Yeah. And when the roads are in bad shape, and you're like, man, that pothole, like what happens in your mind when you're driving and you hit a pothole?
I try to figure out why it's there.
Who do I need to call to get this fixed?
Exactly.
Yeah. So, we'll go ahead and get started. When and where did you get your start in the National Park Service?
Here in Yellowstone, actually. I started, got my first job here in 1998. I was a carpenter's helper in the carpenter shop here in Mammoth. And then that was my last year of college. And then I went back to school, tried out some telecom work for a little bit in Atlanta, Georgia, and then decided I wasn't a city person. So I came back here. My family's from the area here right outside the north entrance. So I'm actually a third generation to work here in Yellowstone.
Oh, that's awesome.
My dad and my grandfather both worked up here in the park. Actually, my grandfather's on both sides.
What?
Whoa.
Wow. So what jobs did they do?
So my grandfather, ironically, he at one time held my position for a short time, which is, I didn't know that until recently when I was going through some of my dad's stuff, and I actually found his old nameplate from his door on there. So I have it in my office now.
Oh, that's
actually
super cool.
too. But no, he came, I believe in the 50s, shortly after World War II, after he got out of there, and he came with his uncle to Yellowstone and started his career out in Grant Village, and then kind of worked his way into Mammoth here. And then I think when he retired, he was the foreman for the carpenter shop.
Awesome. And you mentioned him working at Grant Village. You are on special projects that's based out of Mammoth.
Yep.
Have you worked at other areas in the park?
I did. My first full-time position at Yellowstone was out at Old Faithful. And I was a heavy equipment operator out there for about a year. And then an opening came back with special projects. And they actually approached me for a lateral transfer for that position.
So between the job that you currently have and that first job, you mentioned that you had some movement in there to get where you currently are. Can you walk us through all the variety of jobs that you've had?
So, like I said, my first year I was in the carpenter shop as a carpenter's helper, and then had that year where I was down trying to do the telecom stuff in Georgia.
You're Rumspringer.
Yeah. And then when I came back, I actually applied for a labor position with special projects. And when I got that job, I enjoyed the work. And so I just tried to take in as much as I could with the job and everything, and saw what I could do. And then my next position with them was a seasonal truck driver, motor vehicle operator for them. And then eventually when I was able to get on at Old Faithful as a heavy equipment operator, and then transferred into Mammoth, then worked my way up to be the work lead for special projects. And then here probably 3 years ago, I was hired as a supervisor for special projects.
Awesome. Yeah, it's really cool. Like a lot of the jobs in the Park Service, this is like a theme that we've noticed, I think, is that you people need to move around a lot to kind of, have to find advancement. But Yellowstone, because it's big enough, that there is also that opportunity for a lot of people, that there's more linear ladder opportunities here than other parks. Like a lot of times it's just, you might be the only heavy equipment operator and it's at a certain level. And if you want to promote, you got to go somewhere else.
That's correct.
So yeah, that's cool to hear. Do you have a typical day? And like, I know that there's seasons, like,
sure.
But like,
for us, there's really not a typical day. I mean, we have our big projects, our large projects in the summer, which consist of paving projects and chip sealing projects, which are road maintenance that we have to do every year, certain sections of the road. But, there's always the stuff that comes up, and that seems to be a daily occurrence, especially with the higher visitation and use and everything. We see more and more stuff that actually wouldn't normally, be there as far as that goes. But a typical day, I try to get into work probably about an hour before our team shows up, and then get everybody rolling, as my group likes to be out the door and working. So I try to have them out the door by 7:00 on the dot there, so they can get after it. And then kind of whatever the day takes us is where it kind of goes there.
So if not a typical day, do you have typical seasons of the, you mentioned a summer season. So like what sort of projects do you guys do in different times of the year?
So like for the summer season, like I just mentioned, basically the chip seal and the paving projects. And unfortunately, it's the time where we hinder the most with the public and the visitors. But with the way our work is, it's depends on the weather. I mean, we can't work in the real cold temperatures. We can't do this work if there's a lot of moisture, so unfortunately, July, August is when we're the busiest. And, we do create a lot of traffic problems out there in the park, but it is for the betterment so that they can have nice surfaces to see the park on, and then in the fall, we start winding down a little bit and we actually start gearing up for spring opening, for opening the park in the spring, because that is it takes us about 3 months to do all of our plowing. We start to open the park after snowmobiles in March, the first week of March. And we typically don't get done until usually it's Memorial Day weekend is what we shoot for, but the first week of June, a lot of years.
Wow.
And that's because we have to cover also the Beartooth Highway, which is outside the park, but it's 11,000, about 11,000 feet, I think, is the elevation up there. So there'll be snow 30, 40 feet deep up there in early June.
So for somebody who's interested in, getting into this line of work, is there a skill set or something that that is the most important to have for like
a lot of it's just you got to be willing to work hard, and put in the time, because our groups put in a lot of time. We use a lot of project money. So in the summertime, we have the ability to have overtime, and it takes the overtime to get these jobs done. But it'll be typical when we're on our projects. We'll work 12, 13, sometimes 14-hour days, 5 to 6 days a week if we need to, for 2 or 3 weeks at a time. And then, as we jump to the next project. So you've got to be willing to, put the time in and everything, but it pays off in the long run.
So speaking of overtime, I know that your crew was responsible for the, when we had the flood in June 13th, 2022, you guys were basically the first responders, more or less to the road that is now paved. Like it was an old dirt road. What, like your crews did that? Like how much time and effort did you guys
oh man, that
seems like you worked around the clock. Is my memory.
Just about. We were, we started.
For people who don't remember, for people who don't remember the flood, the one developed road between headquarters and the rest of the world basically just got wiped out. So I remember you guys were on it. Seemed like instantly.
Yeah, they gave us the okay. I can't remember the exact date. I believe it was 2 days after. And we needed to get the old wagon road from Mammoth to the north entrance in Gardner shaped up to where we could get access because basically Mammoth was cut off, to everything. And at one point, both Gardner and Mammoth were cut off to everywhere because Highway 89 was also flooded out at Yankee Jim Canyon. And so, yeah, we started on and, talking with Cam and everything, it's like, do what you got to do to get it done. So we started on 14 hours a day, 7 days a week. And we just hammered it out until they kind of got things in place to have a contractor come in and kind of take it the rest of the way to final completion. But
yeah, you guys crushed that. Thank you again for all of that.
No problem.
Us that live in Mammoth, I think we can't thank you guys and your team enough. That was really awesome.
I couldn't believe how fast it was.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, just if anyone had been on the OGR before that, it was basically like,
yeah, if it rained a little bit, you couldn't ride a bike.
It's ice.
Yeah.
I mean, it wasn't ice, but it was just the way the dirt is around here is just so slippery. And so to see it go from that to passable in a passenger car,
you definitely wouldn't recognize it now. If, you wouldn't realize what was under there before.
It's amazing.
For sure.
Yeah. So, what's your favorite part of the job?
That's kind of a tough question. I mean, there's a lot of things. Of course, when you've worked here as long as I have, there's so many different things you could jump into. But I just like, more of the challenge, of everything. And like I mentioned before, with the higher visitation, so that creates its own challenges, and to try to not ruin the visitor experience for everybody. So the challenges that go into planning the projects and making sure that everything's up and running, I think is probably what I enjoy the most of it. And it creates a lot of stress as well. But
so yeah, like on the flip side, you have things that we all love about working in a national park. Are there any, what's your biggest challenge or the hardest part of your job?
Again, I think it would be the planning phase because there's so many variables. I mean, between weather, between traffic, between just anything just for instance, the OGR, just all of a sudden that threw our whole summer into chaos because we still had to get our normal work done too that summer. And it just, and that's kind of the way we run a little bit is get our stuff done. And then whatever else pops up, we'll try to fit that into and go from there.
Were you guys able to take a break that winter once it snowed and the road was there?
Somewhat. We ended up having a fairly decent winter that winter also. So this winter has actually been kind of a blessing for us.
Yeah. So, with the challenges, obviously if everything's great all the time, then there's no, reason to leave. But with challenges, even with those, what keeps you here? What keeps you in the green and gray?
It goes back to the challenges. I mean, I like the challenge. I like to be able to push myself and push my team, and they like to be pushed, and me to be able to say that I went out and look at what we did for that project and be happy with what we did and have people to come back and even tell us and compliment. I mean, just like you guys' compliments with us, here, that the pride that we have in our work is really.
Do you have is there a moment in your Park Service career that kind of stands out as like a defining moment or something that you did or like something that you look back on and you're like, man, we did that?
If you put it that way, there could be so many just because of what we do with what we have and what we have to do. I could probably say that for a lot of things, and everything. I can't say that there's one specific thing. I mean, I just look back, there's a lot of years and I look back and say, wow, we accomplished that much. I mean, I guess the OGR would be a great example though, for that, because that's not just us either. The whole team, the whole park came together for that.
Yeah.
We had a major role in it, but there was a lot more involved than just us.
Yeah. So, we've had a lot of people talk about, how they feel like, the mission of the National Park Service and, keeping this place in great shape for visitors and for future generations. When we think of, national parks, a lot of people think about the resource itself. You guys are working on roads. How do you see yourself fitting into this mission? Like, what is the, how do you feel that you personally and your team contributes to that larger mission?
Well, the infrastructure is major. I mean, that's the major of what the visitors, that's their main travel ways, and that makes the experience of their trip to the park. if the infrastructure is poor, they might have the most beautiful scenery, but if they have to drive over terrible roads and, to get there and are miserable doing it, then, they're not going to have a good time and enjoy themselves. So it's important what we do and what we have to do here.
Do you have a lot of employees that come into the Park Service from like private industry, contractors, things like that?
We get a few.
Because I'm just curious what the experience is like. Like it's different. I'm sure. Like you said, planning around the visitors and
yep. And it's so with what we do, we're so varied in the different tasks that we perform. So we'll get a few private, people that come from private professional settings and everything. But a lot of people, for us, for a lot of years, it's been a lot of development. We've had to develop a lot of people and everything because a lot of private sector stuff is more centralized on, I do this. They don't have maybe as wide a range of what their skill sets and what they're needed to be. And it doesn't seem like we get as many applicants from the private sector. And I don't know if that is pay gap difference or where that comes from, but we do a lot of inner development for us.
And so is there like formal training or, for somebody who is wanting to get into this, like how does one get into your line of work?
So there is formal trainings out there. There's a lot of like tech schools and things like that will do the trainings, heavy equipment trainings, truck driving trainings for commercial driver's license and things like that. We don't require necessarily any formal training. We do have obviously the trainings that we do through the Park Service and that we do through our department, and everything to keep everything up. And the in-house trainings we do to develop our people is kind of the direction we go. But in order to get these jobs, obviously, you do have to have some experience, with the heavy equipment.
You probably need a driver's license.
And a driver's license, yes, obviously. And so we require all of our heavy equipment operators have to have a commercial driver's license, Class A Type 1. And so they have to be able to maintain one of those licenses to perform the duties. But other than that, for the most part, no formal training is necessarily required for it.
Gotcha. So this is, for the people that are listening that are interested in this type of career, and if they were to go on USA Jobs and look for this, what is the series of your job like? And the people that work for you, do you have that?
I believe you actually.
Yeah.
I wrote it down because I don't remember it off the top of my head.
Well, and we're laughing with ourselves because it's like this. It's so in the weeds. You apply for it and then you're like, I forget what my job was. Yeah.
So the series is actually for the equipment operators is 5716. We actually do have a couple of other series that are for our seasonals, and I think 3502 is one, and that would be kind of our entry level positions there, and those are seasonal positions. And then I think 5703 is for our seasonal motor vehicle operators that drive our dump trucks and things like that.
And what grade are those entry level positions?
So the entry level for the labor positions are WG5s, and then our seasonal truck drivers would be WG8s.
Gotcha. Cool. So, do you have any advice for somebody other than, obviously have your grandfather work in a park and
Sure.
you're born into it is, not everybody can do that. But
Right.
now that you've been in it, you've been doing it for a while, for somebody who is, looking at, transitioning, getting out of the city and wanting to come drive a truck in Yellowstone, what sort of advice?
I would say, first of all, get your license.
Yeah.
Obviously, your commercial driver's license, and apply. Just apply. Get out there and apply for multiple jobs. See what you can get, because there's different things. What we do might not be best suited for what you want to do, but you don't know till you get there.
Mm-hmm. I think I've heard that Yellowstone has one of the largest fleets of vehicles out of like every park. We have like 1,200 or something like that. How many heavy equipment machines do we have that you guys run?
That's actually a really good question. We have probably just of heavy equipment. This isn't counting our dump trucks, our tractor trailers, our pickups, and our utility trailers and things like that. We have over 70 pieces of equipment just for special projects.
Wow.
Different piece of equipment.
So for our, for all the 5-year-old boys that are listening that want to know all the different pieces of equipment. Can you rattle off some of the ones that you guys have that you use?
Yeah, I can. So we use road graders. We actually have 5 of those just on special projects. We have front end loaders, bulldozers, rotary snow plows. That's usually everyone's favorite.
I got to ride in one with you.
Yep,
Yeah, that was awesome. Yeah.
Yep. And those are pretty amazing machines. The ones we have right now will move, I think, 3,500 tons of snow an hour.
Oof.
And yeah, and we have 7 of those.
Wow.
Because as like you were saying before, we have over 400 miles of road in the park, and as what we plow in the spring, we have to plow over 300 miles of that in the springtime over packed snow that's been groomed all winter and packed down like concrete, basically. So, and we have basically 2 months to get that done.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, that's crazy. Have you seen the operation before, Miles? Like, have you ever seen like in person?
I haven't seen the full operation. I was just wondering I mean, I've seen pictures, but I was wondering what the full cadre of vehicles is.
It's pretty, if you get a chance, I think if you can look on YouTube and look up Minute Out in It.
Yep.
I think is what it's called. And that gives a pretty good show. It's a pretty good video of most of the equipment working. And that's our park plowing here, which that operation is a little different than when we're up on the Beartooth Pass because snow conditions are a little bit different. But in that operation, we have one grader that has a V plow on the front of it, and we hook 2 bulldozers to the front of it, and we have to pull it through the snow,
Whoa.
break up the snow.
Yeah, it's crazy.
That's wild.
Yeah.
And then you got the cleanup crew that comes in behind
Yep.
and widens
And
widens everything out with
Do you have a mechanic with you?
we run 2 mechanics with us the whole time out
Wow.
there. And then we have 2 actually separate rotary plows that run in the areas when they get out in the park. So they'll split off from the main crew and they'll work in the areas, and they'll have a mechanic with them so that we can open up the areas while we're still opening the roads.
Yeah, it's so I've
been
had
amazing.
when my first year here, I came after winter and it was the spring plowing, and I had the opportunity to go out. I think we were at Lake, right?
Yep,
It's
we
like
were
in that
between Lake and Grant. Yep.
Yeah, and Brian was running the rotary plow, and just like it like hucks snow forever. It's really cool to see that. And then I think 2 winters ago, I went up to the Beartooths. And it was like a lower snow year, but it still was like a 35-foot wall of snow. What's the name of that big famous curve?
They call it the bar drift there. Yeah, and I don't know the full history on it, but it has to do with years ago, back when the state of Montana and the state of Wyoming would meet, because the state of Montana plows the Montana side, and then we take care of the Wyoming side. They would meet up there, and then they would cut a bar into the snow out there in June or whatever, and then the town of Red Lodge would come up and they'd have a big party. And I believe, I'd have to look this up to get verification, but I believe there's some pictures out there. At one time, they even had an elephant up there, which is so random. You know?
Yeah, it's really like just unbelievable to see that operation. And again, that happens in closed areas. Like it's just another thing that happens behind the scenes. You know, you drive through construction in the summer, but you're not driving through the plow operations. Right. And so, yeah, that's like a huge thing and the schedule that you keep. I used to work in Glacier, and they also have a road that requires crazy plowing, the Going to the Sun road, but they don't really put a time limit on it. It's kind of like it's open when we're done.
Yeah.
You guys are like cutthroat, like we got to hit these dates. These are when the things open.
And we're pretty proud of that. We haven't missed for the park. We haven't missed an opening date since I've been plowing out here. And I think I've been plowing since 2007 or 2008. Yeah.
Yeah. Knock on wood. Yeah. There we go. So, yeah.
Another thing I was wondering about is like, I assume you kind of get to know different areas of the park when it, being on a volcano is so weird.
Sure.
It's just like, has it been interesting over all these years to get to like, there's probably going to be a pothole there this year
sure.
And like, because the weirdest things pop up on the road, I'll just, one day I'm driving, it's fine. I'd come the next day and there's just like a 3-foot tall, 3-foot wide bubble in the road.
And some of it's so unpredictable because the geothermal stuff moves so much. I mean, there could be an area that you've never had problems with before, and all of a sudden an issue pops up, and I think Jake was kind of saying before, we've built roads on a volcano. What's not a volcano, we're on high mountain slopes or over swamps. So we don't have the most ideal areas that our roads corridors are built on.
Yeah, and I hadn't thought too about the increased visitation and also like vehicles just keep getting bigger.
Right.
Yeah,
You
like
know, like
RVs are bigger
and
than
then
when,
and then a lot of electric vehicles are really heavy.
yeah.
Like it's amazing sometimes when I read the weights on these things. I'm like, whoa, 7,000 pounds for a normal sized pickup or something. I hadn't thought about that, but
Yeah. So before we go, one of the last things that we like to ask everybody is, it doesn't have to be work related. I mean, if it was, then that's great. But do you have a favorite story of, in a national park, whether vacation or on work time, just like something where you're like, man, this is such a cool thing that I'm a part of that I get,
Probably, and it's not really a story because it encompasses a few years of time, but I was able to actually, when my dad's last few years here, I was able to work beside him a little bit. He worked in a separate crew. He worked for the North District maintenance crew at the time, but I was able to work alongside him on a lot of projects and stuff his last few years before he retired. So that's pretty amazing when you look at the scope of what the Park Service entails and everything.
Yeah, that is pretty cool. Did you guys have a father-son friendly competition going on whose work was the best?
Oh, there's always that,
Yeah.
whether it's even now.
Yeah. So, that was awesome. Thanks for joining us today. I don't know, Miles, do you have any other things you'd like to ask?
no, I don't think so.
Yeah.
Well, thank you guys for having me.
Yeah, thank you so much. And we appreciate, again, all the work that you guys do, and especially all the work that, hopefully you guys can relax this winter a little bit from the winter 2 winters ago and all that OGR stuff. So.
Yeah. Well, thanks again. I appreciate the time and getting the word out there on what we do.
Yep.
Because we are kind of one of the behind the scenes type of people. They might see us out there and everything, but a lot of people don't know actually what we really do. So,
yeah. Well, that's it for this week's episode of What We Do. Thanks again to our guest, Brian Batzloff. If you like what we do, rate and review the show wherever you listen, because every positive review helps new listeners find the show. If you have questions or you want to learn more about a particular job, contact us using the form at go.nps.gov/whatwedopodcast. Thanks for listening. Good morning, everyone. This is Ranger Jake here in Yellowstone National Park, and today we're filming in Mammoth Hot Springs area. Over my shoulder, we have Mount Everts in the background, and I'm joined today by our bear management biologist, Carrie Gunther, and that's because today we're going to be talking about the past, present, and future of bear management in Yellowstone. So I want to thank you for joining us in this next installment of our 150th anniversary virtual video series. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and jump behind the camera and we'll get started, and we'll let Carrie take it away. Thanks for joining us.
Okay, thanks. So Yellowstone National Park was established in 1872, and it was set aside primarily to protect the geysers and the thermal features, and bears and other wildlife really weren't one of the primary considerations when the park was established. However, bears quickly became one of the park's primary attractions. Early in the park's history, hotels were built in some of the geyser basins, and garbage management was quite a bit different back then, and so the garbage from the hotel kitchens was just dumped right out back behind the hotel. By the early 1890s, the park superintendent was reporting that large numbers of black bears had begun to congregate to feed on the garbage piles behind these hotels. And then within a few years, the superintendent was also reporting that large numbers of grizzly bears were now also congregating at those garbage piles. So park visitors would come, tour the geyser basins, come back to the hotel in the evening for dinner, and then just before dark would go out to watch bears feed on the garbage behind the hotels. And this became so popular with park visitors that the National Park Service actually formalized the procedure and put in lunch counters for bears, as they called them, and they would take the choicest barrels of kitchen scraps and dump them on a platform, and then had log bleachers that visitors could sit in, and hundreds of people a night could sit and watch bears feed on garbage. By 1910, the first report of black bears panhandling for human food handouts along park roads were reported by the superintendent. So even before we had motorized vehicles in the park, bears were learning to beg for human food handouts from park visitors traveling through the park in horse and wagon. And then this quickly took off as a primary tourist attraction, and Yellowstone National Park became known as a place where you could see bears up close, you could interact with bears, you could feed bears, you could use food to lure bears into interesting positions for photographs. And from that point on, Yellowstone really became known as kind of a bear park. Management of our developed areas and campgrounds was also quite a bit different. We didn't have bear-proof garbage cans or dumpsters. We didn't have bear-proof food storage lockers. And there were no ordinances initially preventing people from feeding bears. And so grizzly bears and black bears would come into the developments and the campgrounds and usurp food from park visitors, sometimes taking their food right off the picnic table as the visitors ran away. Having all these bears that were conditioned to human foods, getting fed by visitors, they were habituated to the presence of people, interacting so closely with park visitors also led to a lot of bear-human conflicts. So from the 1930s, when the park began keeping good records, up through the 1960s, we were averaging 138 bear-caused property damages per year, typically damage to people's vehicles, camping equipment, tents, buildings, mostly with bears trying to get access to human food or garbage. And we were also averaging 48 bear attacks per year. So with 48 bear-inflicted human injuries per year, things were fairly dangerous. A lot of these injuries were relatively minor, but some were quite severe. And so the park began looking into efforts to try to reduce the number of bear-human conflicts and the number of bear-inflicted human injuries that were occurring in the park. Then in 1967 in Glacier National Park, 2 people were killed in 2 separate incidents in one night by 2 different grizzly bears. And that was really a wake-up call for the National Park Service that all the bear parks had to clean up the parks so that bears weren't getting into so many conflicts with people. So that led to Yellowstone National Park implementing a new bear management program in 1970. As part of that program, we closed all the garbage dumps in the park, and from that point forward, we began shipping our garbage out to incinerator in Livingston, Montana, well out of occupied grizzly bear habitat. We also bear-proofed all our garbage cans and dumpsters in the park. We began strictly enforcing regulations that prohibited recreational hand feeding of bears. We also converted our backcountry campsite system from dispersed camping, where you could pretty much camp anywhere you wanted in the backcountry. We converted to a designated backcountry campsite system where you got a permit for a specific campsite, and in each designated campsite we provided either a food storage pole or a food storage locker. And that really cleaned up our backcountry campsites of any conflicts with bears. We also began campground food security patrols each evening to make sure everybody put their food away, locked up in their car in a bear-proof manner. And we did several other things. We began carcass management, where we move carcasses. If an ungulated elk or a deer dies in a development or a campground, we'll move that so it doesn't attract bears into our developments and campgrounds or right next to the road, to try to reduce the number of interactions between bears and people. Now, bears had a tough time coping with the loss of the human food handouts and garbage. And so a lot of bears persisted in trying to obtain human food and garbage, and often damaged property in the process. So a lot of those bears were removed in management actions. And so that 1970 management program initially led to very high human-caused mortality, as these bears that had grown up mostly eating garbage were removed from the population if they couldn't figure out a way to persist on the native foods found in the park. We also saw that our cub production declined, so average litter size went down. The first age that adult females would have their first litter, that increased. Bears were older before they have their first litter. And then the interbirth interval, so the number of years between litters, also increased. And this was probably due to bears that were used to feeding on garbage, didn't have that garbage to supplement the native foods, and so they lost weight. And then cub production declined, and cub survival also declined during that period. And ultimately, this is what led to grizzly bears being listed as a threatened species in 1975. So for about the first 5 years of our new 1970 management program, things weren't going very well as far as the bear population was declining due to that high mortality combined with low cub production and survival. However, over time, we learned how to reduce human-caused mortality of grizzly bears in the park by preventing them from ever getting into human foods then they didn't cause conflicts, and so we didn't have to remove them in management actions. So eventually our population began to increase. Our females figured out how to more efficiently survive on the natural foods found in the park, and so cub production went back up to about what it was. Average age of first reproduction declined again down, so bears were having their first litters at a younger age, and then that interbirth interval also got shorter. So females were producing more litters and having better survival of those cubs.
Was that something that you guys predicted, you know, thinking that once we do this, we are going to see these effects, but they're going to be somewhat short term and then they'll turn around? Or was it like, oh no, what did we do?
We did believe that there'd be high initial mortality. I think the mortality, though, was higher than anybody actually expected, even higher than what people expected. And so the Craighead brothers, who were doing research here at the time, believed that prior to the dump closures, there was about 222 to 245 grizzly bears in the greater Yellowstone ecosystem, with most of those centered in Yellowstone National Park. After the high mortality associated with the dump closures, the Craighead brothers estimated that the population declined down to just 136 grizzly bears. So that mortality was higher. Even though people expected slightly higher mortality, they didn't predict that it would be as high as it was. And then once grizzly bears were listed as a threatened species, all the land and wildlife management agencies in the greater Yellowstone ecosystem began working together to conserve bears and reduce human-caused mortality and protect habitat. And so over time then, the population began to increase. And today, population estimates are about 1,000 to 1,100 grizzly bears in the ecosystem, up from possibly as few as 136 in the mid-1970s. And when grizzly bears were listed as a threatened species in 1975, it was estimated that they occupied an area of about 6,000 square miles in the greater Yellowstone ecosystem, so Yellowstone National Park and some of the wilderness areas surrounding the park. Today, the population occupies an area of over 26,000 square miles, so significant range expansion, to the point now where grizzly bears in the greater Yellowstone ecosystem are only about 65 kilometers from grizzly bears in the northern Continental Divide ecosystem. So in the next generation or two, we might get connectivity between the two populations.
And what's the benefit of that?
Genetically, you're always worried about an island population due to effects of inbreeding. So if we can get these two populations connected, where bears can pass from one to the other, it would really help the population genetics on a long-term basis.
And do they think, like, I'm guessing the 65 kilometers is documented, and do we know, like, can you make an assumption or infer, like, you know, if we're documenting them this close, it's possible that they may even be closer or wandering in and out that we're just unaware of?
Yes, it'll take us time to discover once bears do interbreed between the two populations. So genetically, we can tell if they do. We are getting some reports of grizzly bears in between the two populations now, within that 65 kilometers. We can't always confirm those, but we're starting to see signs of it. So, you know, it likely will happen depending on how high the human-caused mortality is in that area.
Gotcha. Cool. So what else is going on today as far as, you know, what are, with all those things that we were doing in the past and then what we're doing today? I mean, what's a typical day for you out in the park, you know, regarding bear management? What's it look like these days?
Yeah, these days we have conflicts at a very low level. We'll have only 2 to 4 grizzly bear human conflicts in a year now, and some of those are pretty benign, where we used to have 138 conflicts a year. So we've really reduced the number of conflicts. We really jump on our management right away. So if a bear shows up in a development or in a campground, our dispatch will call us and we'll come haze the bear out using rubber bullets, beanbag rounds, or cracker shells. And we do a lot of food storage management. We're still doing food security patrols. We're installing bear boxes in all our roadside campgrounds. So we have almost 2,000 campsites. And we used to require that people just store their food in their car. But the more easy and convenient we make food storage regulations for park visitors, the more likely they are to comply. So by putting in a food storage box in every campground, it makes it real easy. So people can just throw all their food in the bear food storage box, and they can go out and tour the park And it keeps bears safe, and it also makes it easy and convenient for visitors to comply with that regulation. We're still doing a lot of carcass management. Nowadays, if an elk or a bison dies near a road or a campground, it might attract anywhere from half dozen to a dozen grizzly bears. So we move carcasses to places where bears can feed on them undisturbed by people. So the bears still get the nutrition, they still get the food, but not with 100 people within 10 or 20 yards trying to take pictures of them. And this keeps visitors safe as well.
And what about just like typical, like even when there's not a grizzly or not a carcass on the side of the road and bears are moving around, what's it like for a visitor coming, viewing bears these days? What's some good practices that they should follow?
Yeah, seeing bears is very common today. So we'll get, thousands of reports a summer of people seeing bears. Some bears still get very used to people, but they're not getting human food. So they'll be feeding in the meadows right next to the road. And those will create big bear jams where all kinds of people stop to view and photograph and just appreciate bears. And so what we ask in those situations, be considerate of the bear. The bear really just wants to be left alone. But, you can take your pictures and stuff. We just ask that all visitors maintain at least a 100-yard distance from bears. So if the bear is moving towards the road to cross it, don't get in front of it. Move away so you maintain that 100 yards. That makes it safe for the visitor, safe for the bear. Don't follow, approach, or encircle bears. A lot of times everyone wants a front row seat for a picture, so they'll form a big circle around a bear. Bears might get a little agitated and nervous if they feel enclosed in by that many people. So, treat the bear with respect. Think about the poor bear that's out there. He's a bear. He just wants to be left alone. He needs to be feeding in those meadows. So, don't be running. A bear that might cause a bear to chase you. Don't be yelling and making a lot of noise. When you're at a roadside traffic jam, be respectful of the bear and maintain that 100-yard distance.
And what about people in the backcountry? Is there any particular, or if you're hiking, if you're getting away from the road, is there any particular thing that we, want to impress on people?
Yeah, so backcountry hiking, we like to reduce injuries as much as possible. We currently average just one injury per year, and it's typically a surprise encounter, usually a solo hiker that has a surprise encounter with a female with cubs. And the female, she believes that the hiker is a threat to her cubs. She just wants to neutralize that threat, gather up her cubs, and leave. So you can reduce the odds significantly by, first of all, hiking in larger groups. So groups of 3 or more people are rarely ever injured by bears. So if you can just find 2 friends to hike with, you'll have significantly reduced the odds of being injured by a bear. Then when you're hiking, we ask everybody to carry bear spray. Bear spray is a very cost-effective method of diffusing aggression in bears. So it's a hot pepper solution that you spray out of a can if a bear's charging you. So we recommend that everybody hiking in the backcountry carry bear spray and know how to use it. And then another very cost-effective way of reducing the odds of being attacked by a bear in the backcountry is to make noise, especially in blind spots on the trail. So if you're coming up over a hill or around a tight corner in dense vegetation regrowth, give a couple shout outs, hey bear, just so the bear hears you coming so it has time to leave and disperse before you come around the corner and surprise it. If you do encounter a bear up close, what we recommend is, first of all, try slowly backing away. Often by putting a little bit of distance between you and that female with cubs, it'll diffuse the situation. Now that doesn't mean turn and run, because bears chasing that run. They're very predacious on elk calves, so they're used to running down things that run away from them. So you want to just slowly back away. And again, that distance you're putting between yourself and the female will often diffuse the situation. If the bear becomes agitated and charges, then you want to stop and stand your ground. By standing your ground, you're showing the bear that you're willing to defend yourself. And most of the time, if you stand your ground, the bear's going to either stop the charge short or veer off to the side at the last minute. And it usually won't follow through and make contact. Anytime you have a bear charging you, when it's 60 feet or closer, that's about the range of bear spray. So bear spray goes about 30 feet. But so when the bear's about 60 feet away, it's coming very fast. You want to start spraying, put a big cloud of bear spray in front of you, so the bear has to run through that cloud of bear spray, and then just keep emptying the bear spray into the bear's face. And bear spray is over 90% effective at stopping aggressive behavior in bears.
Awesome. So we talked about the past and the present, and so I guess what are your hopes, for the future of bear management in Yellowstone National Park? What sort of things are we working on?
Well, we think with the way that our climate is warming, that our foods are going to change some. So we might lose some bear foods. We could gain some bear foods. Some bear foods are probably going to be less abundant. Others might become more abundant. So we really have to keep a close eye on this population. And again, bears, they're an omnivore generalist. They eat a lot of different things. Bears used to occupy habitat all the way from the Arctic Circle down into Mexico. So they're capable of surviving in a lot of different vegetation types, which actually that will help them with climate change because they can survive in a lot of different climates with different vegetation. But they're always very vulnerable to human-caused mortality. So we're going to have to continually try to figure out ways to keep human-caused mortality to an absolute minimum in this ecosystem to try to keep to conserve our bear population.
And how far away are we from all of the food storage containers in the park right now?
Yeah, with food storage containers, we currently have a bear pole or a food storage locker in all 300 of our backcountry campsites. And in the roadside car campgrounds, we have about 1,100 bear boxes installed, and we have about 2,000 campsites in the park. So we're probably still about 3 or 4 years we'll finish putting a bear box in every campsite in the roadside car campgrounds.
Awesome. That's good. So before we sign off, as someone who has worked in Yellowstone with bears for nearly 40 years, I feel like there might be some sort of a cool story or anecdote that you tell with friends when you're sitting around a campfire or something like that. I was curious if you have a story off the top of your head that you might share with our audience.
Well, yeah, boy, in 40 years I have a lot of stories. With bears, I think what I find so unique about bears is they're all individuals, and they're extremely intelligent. So they're a lot like humans. Unlike elk, all elk seem to do about the same thing, but each bear's an individual, and they have a personality. And bears will play and have fun. They'll be mad and upset. So it's just never a dull moment with bears, and they'll always surprise you. And in a lot of ways, they're actually very predictable, though, in how they respond to humans. I think park visitors are much more unpredictable than bears are.
All right. Well, we'll jump back on here. With that, I want to thank Carrie for joining us today for the next installment of our 150th anniversary video series. Thanks for talking to us about the past, present, and future of bear management. And thank you for your support for Yellowstone National Park, and we'll see you at the next video. From Yellowstone National Park, this is what we do.
For Yellowstone National Park.
Good morning, everyone. This is Ranger Jake here in Yellowstone National Park, and today we're filming in Mammoth Hot Springs area. Over my shoulder, we have Mount Everts in the background, and I'm joined today by our bear management biologist, Carrie Gunther. And that's because today we're going to be talking about the past, present, and future of bear management in Yellowstone. So I want to thank you for joining us in this next installment of our 150th anniversary virtual video series. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and jump behind the camera and we'll get started, and we'll let Carrie take it away. Thanks for joining us.
Okay, thanks. So Yellowstone National Park was established in 1872, and it was set aside primarily to protect the geysers and the thermal features, and bears and other wildlife really weren't one of the primary considerations when the park was established. However, bears quickly became one of the park's primary attractions. Early in the park's history, hotels were built in some of the geyser basins, and garbage management was quite a bit different back then, and so the garbage from the hotel kitchens was just dumped right out back behind the hotel. By the early 1890s, the park superintendent was reporting that large numbers of black bears had begun to congregate to feed on the garbage piles behind these hotels. And then within a few years, the superintendent was also reporting that large numbers of grizzly bears were now also congregating at those garbage piles. So park visitors would come, tour the geyser basins, come back to the hotel in the evening for dinner, and then just before dark would go out to watch bears feed on the garbage behind the hotels. And this became so popular with park visitors that the National Park Service actually formalized the procedure and put in lunch counters for bears, as they called them, and they would take the choicest barrels of kitchen scraps and dump them on a platform, and then had log bleachers that visitors could sit in, and hundreds of people a night could sit and watch bears feed on garbage. By 1910, the first report of black bears panhandling for human food handouts along park roads were reported by the superintendent. So even before we had motorized vehicles in the park, bears were learning to beg for human food handouts from park visitors traveling through the park in horse and wagon. And then this quickly took off as a primary tourist attraction, and Yellowstone National Park became known as a place where you could see bears up close, you could interact with bears, you could feed bears, you could use food to lure bears into interesting positions for photographs. And from that point on, Yellowstone really became known as kind of a bear park. Management of our developed areas and campgrounds was also quite a bit different. We didn't have bear-proof garbage cans or dumpsters. We didn't have bear-proof food storage lockers. And there were no ordinances initially preventing people from feeding bears. And so grizzly bears and black bears would come into the developments and the campgrounds and usurp food from park visitors, sometimes taking their food right off the picnic table as the visitors ran away. Having all these bears that were conditioned to human foods, getting fed by visitors, they were habituated to the presence of people. Interacting so closely with park visitors also led to a lot of bear-human conflicts. So from the 1930s, when the park began keeping good records, up through the 1960s, we were averaging 138 bear-caused property damages per year, typically damage to people's vehicles, camping equipment, tents, buildings, mostly with bears trying to get access to human food or garbage. And we were also averaging 48 bear attacks per year. So with 48 bear-inflicted human injuries per year, things were fairly dangerous. A lot of these injuries were relatively minor, but some were quite severe. And so the park began looking into efforts to try to reduce the number of bear-human conflicts and the number of bear-inflicted human injuries that were occurring in the park. Then in 1967 in Glacier National Park, 2 people were killed in 2 separate incidents in one night by 2 different grizzly bears. And that was really a wake-up call for the National Park Service that all the bear parks had to clean up the parks so that bears weren't getting into so many conflicts with people. So that led to Yellowstone National Park implementing a new bear management program in 1970. As part of that program, we closed all the garbage dumps in the park, and from that point forward, we began shipping our garbage out to incinerator in Livingston, Montana, well out of occupied grizzly bear habitat. We also bear-proofed all our garbage cans and dumpsters in the park. We began strictly enforcing regulations that prohibited the recreational hand feeding of bears. We also converted our backcountry campsite system from dispersed camping, where you could pretty much camp anywhere you wanted in the backcountry. We converted to a designated backcountry campsite system where you got a permit for a specific campsite, and in each designated campsite we provided either a food storage pole or a food storage locker. And that really cleaned up our backcountry campsites of any conflicts with bears. We also began campground food security patrols each evening to make sure everybody put their food away, locked up in their car in a bear-proof manner. And we did several other things. We began carcass management, where we move carcasses. If an ungulated elk or a deer dies in a development or a campground, we'll move that so it doesn't attract bears into our developments and campgrounds or right next to the road, to try to reduce the number of interactions between bears and people. Now, bears had a tough time coping with the loss of the human food handouts and garbage, and so a lot of bears persisted in trying to obtain human food and garbage, and often damaged property in the process. So a lot of those bears were removed in management actions, and so that 1970 management program initially led to very high human-caused mortality, as these bears that had grown up mostly eating garbage were removed from the population if they couldn't figure out a way to persist on the native foods found in the park. We also saw that our cub production declined, so average litter size went down. The first age that adult females would have their first litter, that increased. Bears were older before they have their first litter. And then the interbirth interval, so the number of years between litters, also increased. And this was probably due to bears that were used to feeding on garbage, didn't have that garbage to supplement the native foods, and so they lost weight, and then cub production declined, and cub survival also declined during that period. And ultimately, this is what led to grizzly bears being listed as a threatened species in 1975. So for about the first 5 years of our new 1970 management program, things weren't going very well as far as the bear population was declining due to that high mortality combined with low cub production and survival. However, over time, we learned how to reduce human-caused mortality of grizzly bears in the park by preventing them from ever getting into human foods. Then they didn't cause conflicts, and so we didn't have to remove them in management actions. So eventually our population began to increase. Our females figured out how to more efficiently survive on the natural foods found in the park, and so cub production went back up to about what it was. Average age of first reproduction declined again down, so bears were having their first litters at a younger age, and then that interbirth interval also got shorter. So females were producing more litters and having better survival of those cubs.
Was that something that you guys predicted, thinking that once we do this, we are going to see these effects, but they're going to be somewhat short term and then they'll turn around? Or was it like, oh no, what did we do?
We did believe that there'd be high initial mortality. I think the mortality, though, was higher than anybody actually expected, even higher than what people expected. And so the Craighead brothers, who were doing research here at the time, believed that prior to the dump closures, there was about 222 to 245 grizzly bears in the greater Yellowstone ecosystem, with most of those centered in Yellowstone National Park. After the high mortality associated with the dump closures, the Craighead brothers estimated that the population declined down to just 136 grizzly bears. So that mortality was higher. Even though people expected slightly higher mortality, they didn't predict that it would be as high as it was. And then once grizzly bears were listed as a threatened species, all the land and wildlife management agencies in the greater Yellowstone ecosystem began working together to conserve bears and reduce human-caused mortality and protect habitat. And so over time then, the population began to increase, and today population estimates are about 1,000 to 1,100 grizzly bears in the ecosystem, up from possibly as few as 136 in the mid-1970s. And when grizzly bears were listed as a threatened species in 1975, it was estimated that they occupied an area of about 6,000 square miles in the greater Yellowstone ecosystem. So Yellowstone National Park and some of the wilderness areas surrounding the park. Today, the population occupies an area of over 26,000 square miles, so significant range expansion to the point now where grizzly bears in the greater Yellowstone ecosystem are only about 65 kilometers from grizzly bears in the northern Continental Divide ecosystem. So in the next generation or two, we might get connectivity between the two populations.
And what's the benefit of that?
Genetically, you always worry about an island population due to effects of inbreeding. So if we can get these two populations connected, where bears can pass from one to the other, it would really help the population genetics on a long-term basis.
And do they think, like, I'm guessing the 65 kilometers is documented, and do we know, like, can you make an assumption or infer, like, you know, if we're documenting them this close, it's possible that they may even be closer or wandering in and out that we're just unaware of?
Yes, it'll take us time to discover once bears do interbreed between the two populations. So genetically, we can tell if they do. We are getting some reports of grizzly bears in between the two populations now, within that 65 kilometers. We can't always confirm those, but we're starting to see signs of it. So, you know, it likely will happen depending on how high the human-caused mortality is in that area.
Gotcha. Cool. So what else is going on today as far as, you know, what are, with all those things that we were doing in the past and then what we're doing today? I mean, what's a typical day for you out in the park, you know, regarding bear management? What's it look like these days?
Yeah, these days we have conflicts at a very low level. We'll have only 2 to 4 grizzly bear human conflicts in a year now, and some of those are pretty benign, where we used to have 138 conflicts a year. So we've really reduced the number of conflicts. We really jump on our management right away. So if a bear shows up in a development or in a campground, our dispatch will call us and we'll come haze the bear out using rubber bullets, beanbag rounds, or cracker shells. And we do a lot of food storage management. We're still doing food security patrols. We're installing bear boxes in all our roadside campgrounds. So we have almost 2,000 campsites. And we used to require that people just store their food in their car. But the more easy and convenient we make food storage regulations for park visitors, the more likely they are to comply. So by putting in a food storage box in every campground, it makes it real easy. So people can just throw all their food in the bear food storage box and they can go out and tour the park. And it keeps bears safe, and it also makes it easy and convenient for visitors to comply with that regulation. We're still doing a lot of carcass management. Nowadays, if an elk or a bison dies near a road or a campground, it might attract anywhere from half dozen to a dozen grizzly bears. So we move carcasses to places where bears can feed on them undisturbed by people. So the bears still get the nutrition, they still get the food, but not with 100 people within 10 or 20 yards trying to take pictures of them. And this keeps visitors safe as well.
And what about just like typical, like even when there's not a grizzly or not a carcass on the side of the road and bears are moving around, what's it like for a visitor coming, viewing bears these days? What's some good practices that they should follow?
Yeah, seeing bears is very common today. So we'll get, thousands of reports a summer of people seeing bears. Some bears still get very used to people, but they're not getting human food. So they'll be feeding in the meadows right next to the road. And, those will create big bear jams where all kinds of people stop to view and photograph and just appreciate bears. And so what we ask in those situations, be considerate of the bear. The bear really just wants to be left alone. But, you can take your pictures and stuff. We just ask that all visitors maintain at least a 100-yard distance from bears. So if the bear is moving towards the road to cross it, don't get in front of it. Move away so you maintain that 100 yards. That makes it safe for the visitor, safe for the bear. Don't follow, approach, or encircle bears. A lot of times everyone wants a front row seat for a picture, so they'll form a big circle around a bear. Bears might get a little agitated and nervous if they feel enclosed in by that many people. So, treat the bear with respect. Think about the poor bear that's out there. He's a bear. He just wants to be left alone. He needs to be feeding in those meadows. So, don't be running. A bear that might cause a bear to chase you. Don't be yelling and making a lot of noise. When you're at a roadside traffic jam, be respectful of the bear and maintain that 100-yard distance.
And what about people in the backcountry? Is there any particular, or if you're hiking, if you're getting away from the road, is there any particular thing that we, want to impress on people?
Yeah, so backcountry hiking, we like to reduce injuries as much as possible. We currently average just 1 injury per year, and it's typically a surprise encounter, usually a solo hiker that has a surprise encounter with a female with cubs. And the female, she believes that the hiker's a threat to her cubs. She just wants to neutralize that threat, gather up her cubs, and leave. So you can reduce the odds significantly by, first of all, hiking in larger groups. So groups of 3 or more people are rarely ever injured by bears. So if you can just find 2 friends to hike with, you'll have significantly reduced the odds of being injured by a bear. Then when you're hiking, we ask everybody to carry bear spray. Bear spray is a very cost-effective method of diffusing aggression in bears. So it's a hot pepper solution that you spray out of a can if a bear's charging you. So we recommend that everybody hiking in the backcountry carry bear spray and know how to use it. And then another very cost-effective way of reducing the odds of being attacked by a bear in the backcountry is to make noise, especially in blind spots on the trail. So if you're coming up over a hill or around a tight corner in dense vegetation regrowth, give a couple shout outs, hey bear, just so the bear hears you coming, so it has time to leave and disperse before you come around the corner and surprise it. If you do encounter a bear up close, what we recommend is, first of all, try slowly backing away. Often by putting a little bit of distance between you and that female with cubs, it'll diffuse the situation. Now that doesn't mean turn and run, because bears chasing that run. They're very predacious on elk calves, so they're used to running down things that run away from them. So you want to just slowly back away. And again, that distance you're putting between yourself and the female will often diffuse the situation. If the bear becomes agitated and charges, then you want to stop and stand your ground. By standing your ground, you're showing the bear that you're willing to defend yourself. And most of the time, if you stand your ground, the bear's going to either stop the charge short or veer off to the side at the last minute. And it usually won't follow through and make contact. Anytime you have a bear charging you, when it's 60 feet or closer, that's about the range of bear spray. So bear spray goes about 30 feet. But so when the bear's about 60 feet away, it's coming very fast. You want to start spraying, put a big cloud of bear spray in front of you, so the bear has to run through that cloud of bear spray, and then just keep emptying the bear spray into the bear's face. And bear spray is over 90% effective at stopping aggressive behavior in bears.
Awesome. So so we talked about the past and the present, and so I guess what are your hopes, for the future of bear management in Yellowstone National Park? What sort of things are we working on?
Well, we think with the way that our climate is warming, that our foods are going to change some. So we might lose some bear foods. We could gain some bear foods. Some bear foods are probably going to be less abundant. Others might become more abundant. So we really have to keep a close eye on this population. And again, bears, they're an omnivore generalist. They eat a lot of different things. Bears used to occupy habitat all the way from the Arctic Circle down into Mexico. So they're capable of surviving in a lot of different vegetation types, which actually that will help them with climate change, because they can survive in a lot of different climates with different vegetation. But they're always very vulnerable to human-caused mortality. So we're going to have to continually try to figure out ways to keep human-caused mortality to an absolute minimum in this ecosystem to try to conserve our bear population.
And how far away are we from all of the food storage containers in the park right now?
Yeah, with food storage containers, we currently have a bear pole or a food storage locker in all 300 of our backcountry campsites. And in the roadside car campgrounds, we have about 1,100 bear boxes installed, and we have about 2,000 campsites in the park. So we're probably still about 3 or 4 years we'll finish putting a bear box in every campsite in the roadside car campgrounds.
Awesome. That's good. So so before we sign off, as someone who has worked in Yellowstone with bears for nearly 40 years, I feel like there might be some sort of a cool story or anecdote that you tell with friends when you're sitting around a campfire or something like that. I was curious if you have a story off the top of your head that you might share with our audience.
Well, Yeah, boy, in 40 years, I have a lot of stories. You know, with bears, I think what I find so unique about bears is they're all individuals, and they're extremely intelligent. You know, so they're a lot like humans. Unlike elk, all elk seem to do about the same thing, but each bear's an individual, and they have a personality. And bears will play and have fun. They'll be mad and upset. So it's just never a dull moment with bears, and they'll always surprise you. And in a lot of ways, they're actually very predictable, though, in how they respond to humans. I think park visitors are much more unpredictable than bears are.
All right. Well, we'll jump back on here. With that, I want to thank Carrie for joining us today for the next installment of our 150th anniversary video series. Thanks for talking to us about the past, present, and future of bear management. And thank you for your support for Yellowstone National Park, and we'll see you at the next video.
For Yellowstone National Park and the Acoustic Atlas at Montana State University, this is telemetry. You know, every season in Yellowstone is pretty fantastic, but if you're into listening to the sounds of animals, spring and summer, well, there's just nothing like it. And while most creatures in Yellowstone are busily singing their hearts out this time of year, there's one animal that actually gets a little quieter in the spring and summer. And that's the wolf. You see, there's a seasonal cycle to wolf howling. Howling ramps up through the fall and it peaks in late winter. Then comes springtime.
Howling abruptly drops off, and this is caused by the female choosing a place to den that they really want to keep secret, if at all possible.
That's Kira Cassidy, research associate with the Yellowstone Wolf Project.
Choosing a den site is extremely important for a wolf pack. It's going to be their hub for the entire summer. It's the house of the entire next generation. And it has to be protected, of course, because the tiny, helpless pups are going to be there for several months. We've had cases where a pack has attacked another wolf's den and even killed the pups in some cases. They don't really want to let other packs know where they are and what they're doing. And in order to avoid that, they keep quiet.
Now, it's not only the frequency of howling that changes throughout the year, but the type of howling shifts too.
Wolves howl for a couple of different reasons. Some of that would be within the pack, so to keep track of each other, say if they've been separated.
And even though they're doing a lot less of it, this is the kind of howling that tends to dominate in the spring and summer, wolves communicating with their own pack mates.
They also howl to let other packs know where they are and to kind of establish a territory.
Wolves will often have these howling bouts with other packs. The two packs will howl back and forth as if to say, this is our turf, our territory. And it's that howling for territoriality that grows in the months leading up to the winter breeding season.
Howling really tracks the hormones. As the wolves are getting ready for the breeding season, testosterone will start to spike. Howling starts to increase. It's kind of a stressful time in some ways. They do a lot of howling during the breeding season. They also probably use howling as a way to advertise the number of wolves they have in the pack, the type of wolves they have in the pack. If they have a lot of big male fighters, that's going to come across in a howling bout with another pack. And in some ways, wolves may be able to use it to avoid a fight with another pack too. They can kind of create that space between each other, let each other know where they are, but also let them know who they are.
Kira's specialty is looking at territoriality in wolves and interpack aggression, basically when two packs come into contact with each other and fight. Sometimes wolves will fight until one pack or one animal displaces the other, and sometimes they'll fight to the death.
This running into other packs is so vastly important to a wolf pack. It's, of all the wolves that live in Yellowstone that we've radio collared, some of them disperse outside of Yellowstone, of course. But if they live their whole life in Yellowstone, 2/3 of them end up being killed by other wolves.
In 1872, the United States, a country that had not yet seen its first centennial, established Yellowstone as the first national park in the world. President Ulysses S. Grant signed Yellowstone into existence, and a new concept was born. And with it, a new way for people to preserve and protect the best of what they had, for the benefit and enjoyment of future generations. Yellowstone Lake is one of the largest high-altitude lakes in North America, and is centered over the Yellowstone caldera, the largest supervolcano on the continent. In the southwest area of the lake, the West Thumb geothermal area is easily accessible to visitors. Geysers, fumaroles, and hot springs are found alongside and even in the lake. The federally funded Hayden Geological Survey of 1871 provided the most detailed and scientific descriptions of Lake Yellowstone in the pre-park era. The Hayden Party, 34 men in all, launched Annie, the first boat to sail on Yellowstone Lake, and began exploring the islands and shoreline. The first photographs of the lake were taken by William Henry Jackson, and paintings by Thomas Moran, along with the Geological Survey, played a prominent role in convincing the U.S. Congress to pass legislation creating Yellowstone Park. Yellowstone Lake is the foundation of the greater Yellowstone ecosystem, the largest remaining nearly intact ecosystem in the Earth's northern temperate zone. It provides the key ingredients to a large and complex food chain that sustains many of the animals for which Yellowstone is so famous. In 1894, the Lacey Act was passed by Congress, giving full protection to wildlife in Yellowstone Park, with the exception of wolves and coyotes. This act paved the way for future wildlife and environmental movements. From the days of the Hayden expedition to the present, Yellowstone Lake continues to be a source of rich, diverse, and sometimes surprising information that is rare among the world's Great Lakes. Lake Yellowstone and Yellowstone National Park, in all its preserved glory, is like no other place on Earth, and must be seen and experienced to be believed and enjoyed.
From Yellowstone National Park, this is what we do. I'm Jake Frank.
And I'm Ashton Hooker.
Ashton,
Hey, Jake.
how are you?
I'm doing pretty good. How about you?
Oh, we're in Yellowstone. Life is good.
It's another day, another
Yes.
great day in Yellowstone.
Did you by chance happen to see the email that we got about the edits to our spring newspaper?
I did, actually.
Did you get your edits in yet?
No.
All right, well,
It's on my list, though.
make sure to do that.
Yeah.
Speaking of publications, do you know how many publications that Yellowstone National Park manages?
Ooh. It's got to be way more than I even think.
It's a big number. It's not like a ridiculously big number, but it's probably more than you would think.
Yeah, I'm going to say 40.
Double that.
Oh, wow. 80?
80
Yeah.
publications, yeah. So some of the big ones we have are like the park newspaper, but then there's a lot of site bulletins. There's basically all the information that you could want behind the visitor center desk. There's a ton of information to hand out to people if you come to Yellowstone. And speaking of publications, today we're joined by Miles Barger. He is the Publications Program Manager in the Resource Education and Youth Programs Division. Miles, how you doing?
Oh, doing pretty well. Beautiful day out there.
It is a beautiful day. So for our listeners, some of you may recognize the name. Miles is actually one of our hosts, but you're on the other side of the microphone today. So how does that feel?
Feels great. Multi-talented.
Yes. Yeah. He's ambidextrous.
There you go.
You play offense and defense.
That's right.
Yeah.
Special teams.
Yes. So how did you start working in national parks?
I was in college and I was looking for a summer job. I had been working near my parents' house in Kentucky. And then somehow through the magic of the internet, I realized that you could work in a national park in the summer to make minimum wage, which I think was like $5.25 back then.
You're dating yourself.
I know. Yeah, you could work in a national park and make minimum wage instead of being at home doing it. So I thought that's interesting. So I applied to, I don't think I applied to Glacier because you couldn't have a beard. At that time, whatever the concessioner was.
What a terrible idea.
I know. So I was like, well, I'm not doing that. But Yellowstone, I saw some jobs. So I applied for a job with the concessioner operating the hotels, which was Xanterra back then, as it is now. And I got a job cleaning cabins at Canyon before they had built all the huge lodges that are up there now.
Oh, wow.
It was all just cabins. And I towed a cart around from cabin to cabin and paused when a bison was sitting on the porch and I couldn't get in. It's like a forced break. And that was my first summer, and I haven't done anything but work in or around national parks since then.
Gotcha.
Wow.
So, this podcast, we're focusing mainly on people who work in national parks.
Yeah.
But you mentioned that you worked for our concessioner. So
I did.
Yeah, just something to tell people that are listening is that in Yellowstone, we have about 750 roughly permanent and seasonal employees combined every year. But what's that number in Xanterra? It's like over 3,000, right?
I actually was just looking at this number for one of our publications. It's about 3,200 seasonal concessionaire employees in the summer. So many, many more.
Yeah, it's like 5 times more employees.
Yeah.
So for people who want to, if your main goal is to, like what you were, is to live in a cool place.
Yeah.
In addition to Park Service jobs, there's the Xanterra, there's Delaware North. If STGI runs our clinics, and then Yellowstone Forever. So it seems like all of those different entities.
A lot of my jobs were with nonprofit partners. Like I worked for Alaska Geographic.
Yeah.
I worked for Denali Education Center, places like that where they're not a National Park Service job, but you're affiliated with the park, working with the park.
Yeah. So how did you make the switch? How did you go from one to the other?
I was working in Denali in Alaska, and I noticed that a lot of the people who worked there year round had master's degrees. So I thought maybe I should do that.
Yeah.
And I didn't have anything to do in the off season anyway. So I started applying for master's degrees programs in environmental studies / environmental science. Got in at University of Oregon, started doing my master's, I took some GIS classes because that seemed helpful. And also I'm a nerd and it seemed cool. And then there was a project called the Atlas of Yellowstone. And I said, oh, I know about Yellowstone. I worked there for a little while. And I got in on that. And then a job opened up in the Park Service being a cartographer for the Unigrid brochure program. Those are those glossy folded brochures you get when you go to the entrance of any national park. And so it was
They're highly sought after.
Highly sought after.
Yeah.
And it was the first time that job had opened in like 15 years, I think, was the last time someone had retired or moved on. And I applied figuring I wouldn't get it because it was a permanent, full-time, higher graded job. But I had the skills to pay the bills, I guess. it was just a very specialized area that I happened to have had a knack for.
Yeah, right
and
place,
I got that
right
job.
time.
Yeah.
Right place, right time.
Mhm.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'd done SCA internships. I'd worked at Yellowstone. I'd pieced together enough stuff over those seasons that combined with the cartography and design skills and writing, I could, make a pretty good case that I had the love for the game and the skills and the knowledge about the Park Service and all of that, and ended up getting the job.
So
Cool.
your first Park Service job, what was your first seasonal one, I should say? That was in Alaska? Or did you go from...
I never had a Park Service job.
You never had a season.
Okay.
So your first Park Service job was
Park
permanent.
Service job was a GS-12 visual information or cartographer.
Way to just like come out swinging.
Yeah. Yeah, I definitely didn't think I would get the job. So.
Yeah. And that's like
really
very
awesome.
That is you know, everybody that we interview, they'd have like a different backstory on how they started. And I would say, you know, that is atypical. But Ashton, you kind of had a similar thing too, right? Like you didn't how did you get your start?
I started it was Geoscientists in Parks internship program. Now it's called Scientists in Parks internship program. And I got an internship here in Yellowstone for a summer. And then this position opened up shortly after.
Yep.
And applied thinking the same thing as Miles. I was like, I'm not going to get this job, but got lucky.
Yeah.
And now I'm here.
So I would like to say that, you know, you guys are 2 in a million.
Yeah.
It's like, that's not the typical thing. Yeah. But it can't happen. And I think that's, you know, just right place, right time, you know, being willing to just get, you know, the background that you need so that when the jobs present themselves. So
you were a cartographer. Where was that?
Harpers Ferry Center.
Ferry. Okay.
So it's the kind of graphic design center for the National Park Service. I would say that's becoming more distributed over time, but things were super spread out in DC, is my understanding, in like the 50s and 60s. And then there was a push to consolidate everything somewhere. And Senator Robert Byrd was very good at getting things built in West Virginia. And so, I mean, Harpers Ferry, West Virginia is literally as far east and close to DC as you could possibly be in West Virginia. So it's right on the corner. It's like the lowest elevation point in West Virginia. It's a beautiful spot. It's where the Shenandoah flows into the Potomac.
Yeah, but I've sat on the confluence there and had lunch.
It's very pretty. And so it's a building full of people who do. That's where the brochure program is, waysides, exhibit design, AV, all sorts of stuff.
So between that job, your first Park Service job, and, you know, now the publications program manager, did you have some things in between, or did you go from
I did. I was there as a cartographer for, almost 4 years. And basically I missed being in the Western US and I wanted to get back into a park in operations. The cartographer job was cool because I got to see like the breadth of the Park Service and how many different types of parks there are, and worked with every kind of park you can imagine, from like a tiny Civil War, not even Civil War, tiny Revolutionary War battlefields, all the way up to huge parks. And there was a job in Rocky Mountain National Park as the visual information specialist there. And I applied for that and got that job. So I moved to Estes Park and worked for Rocky for 5 years. And then this job came open and I applied for that and came here in 2020. It was basically during the pandemic when the job opened up.
Yeah. Well, so kind of getting more into your current job now that you're here, do you have a typical day or a season? Like what's your workload look like?
I definitely have a typical day, which is come into the office and sit down at my computer and work on my computer.
Can you expand?
Yeah. So, being the publications program manager here, I'm in charge of not all the printed stuff, but the majority of printed things for visitors and for staff, like internal and even concessioners. We make stuff for them as well. There's approximately 100 products when you add up all the site bulletins, which are, the folded black and white things that you get at visitor centers.
Oh, so I was off, Ashton. I said 80. So
yeah,
well,
that's a lot.
It's something. Maybe it's 80. It depends how you count things.
Yeah, and also
do you count all the different translations as separate things, or not?
Right.
Yeah. It's a lot of things. So yeah, depending on what the time of year is, I work on those. I would say my seasonality is kind of inverse of a lot of people in operations, which operations is like, the front line, people who interact with visitors and are busiest during the summer, which is obviously when we're busiest. But I have to write, edit, get reviewed, and get ready for print, which printing takes a lot longer than putting things digitally. It's anywhere from 6 to 8 weeks. You have to submit something before you're going to get the printed version. So my winter is really the busiest time
Gotcha.
from like October through now, basically.
Yeah.
I have a bunch of stuff I'm getting done right now because we need to get it here by the end of May, basically when our busy season starts. And then the summer it's busy, but in a different way. In the summer, I'm mostly responding to, I also make a lot of signs, design a lot of signs and get them ordered. So a lot of sign requests come in for just stuff that happens in the park. And then, things tend to happen in the summer. We have a road, something goes wrong and we have to reroute people, or a regulation changes, or
it depends
whatever.
how many floods or water main breaks, or
depends which plague we get. So I'm kind of responding more short term to things like that, and like sending things to people in the field, taking requests for publications that people need more of, and then going out more in the summer to like visit places, talk to people, kind of see what the needs are. So those are kind of my two main seasons.
So with that, do you have like an important, like what, for people who are interested in this type of a job, like is there a skill or something that you would consider that it serves you well?
Yes. So I do design, but I also write almost everything as well inside of the design. And so I would say writing is a very key, writing and editing.
Yeah.
So in that sense, like being able to write well, being able to write in different tones and styles, depending on what you're making, like the newspaper visitor guide that you get at the entrance stations is very just visitor information focused, and it has a ton of stuff in it. So it has to be very concise. So that's one type of writing. It's like plain language guidelines, which is a government thing for basically saying not using huge words and keeping sentences pretty easily understandable. So that's one type of writing. But then like resources and issues, I'm more editing other people, but that's more in-depth scientific writing and kind of everything in between. So I'd say it's also nice to be able to write your own stuff, because when you're designing on paper, everything takes space, physical space on the page. And so a lot of the time you need to be able to edit for space as well. So it's nice to be able to go back and forth to make things fit, or like I'm OCD about columns being all the same lengths and things. So it's like, oh, I want to edit this to be like 7 words longer. Things like that. And then
detail oriented.
Exactly. Detail oriented. And then there's the design side of things. I think that's a tough one for me. There are skills you can learn, but I also think there's a certain je ne sais quoi that some people have and some people don't when it comes to design. But that's an important skill. And then there's all the technical stuff of like, we use Adobe products, InDesign, Illustrator, things like that. But something like Figma or GIMP or whatever, all the different open source things are very similar, but knowing how to run those programs well and do what you need to do, being like proficient and facile in those things. And then I make a lot of maps as well. I guess I wouldn't have to do that. Most people probably would call in on the GIS shop at their park if they have one to do that. But
Since you have that skill in your back pocket.
Yeah. Which is also, again, like the writing is a nice skill to have, because you can design for your own space and stuff.
When I worked, so my job
before I came to Yellowstone was in Glacier as a visual information specialist, similar to what you were doing more likely in Rocky. I was very hesitant to write anything, and because it's like that's why I take pictures, because I'm not a solid writer and I let my pictures do the speaking.
1,000 words each.
Yeah, exactly. I was like, I'm a prolific writer through photography. But when I came here, I was able to kind of do the same thing because there were people around me that were writing. But then as I got more into this job and started, changing things, like the products that we were making, that Cam was asking us like, hey, do this or do that. There was no one to write. And so you just kind of had to write for yourself. And that is a skill that I picked up. And I would agree, like writing is I had to do writing in college, but you're like writing for that is very different than writing for the web or writing for social media. It's just like, it has a different tone and really kind of like getting comfortable in that. So I would echo that writing is a really a solid thing to do. And it seems like kind of like a lost, it doesn't seem like it's emphasized as much on, like, with everything is 180, or 280 characters. So it's like, that's a skill too, to try to be succinct, but also like if you need to write more than that, that's, good thing to practice.
Yeah. Yeah. I was an English major and music composition major in undergrad. I think both of those things help. The music one's harder to explain, but it's similar in a lot of ways, I think.
Yeah.
And also when I did seasonal work, I was a guide.
Okay.
So I was taking people on hikes and teaching classes and stuff all day long. And I think that has been helpful too, because it's kind of that skill of learning how to take a bunch of information and synthesize it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I'm curious. So in your current position here, what's like the biggest publication or the one that takes the most time and effort or project? Like what's the thing that takes the longest for you to work on?
Resources and issues.
Yeah.
It's a 300-page book.
Okay.
So I always get the feeling every season that I would like to just start it over from scratch. But then I remember it would be like, it would probably take 5 years, honestly, of full-time work to do that at least. But yeah, that's the biggest.
Yeah, that's a beast.
That's job security, Miles.
True.
Yeah.
That's the biggest by far.
Yeah.
Everything else pales in comparison to that.
So like out of the, the writing, designing, like all the kind of things that you mentioned, do you have any of those like kind of stand out as your favorite that you like to do?
Making maps is my favorite. And I love when I get the chance, which is not very often because of time, but I love just like starting something over from scratch, just like forget that it exists and make it brand new. So I guess I would say like, what would that be? It's almost like book design, kind of, where of course we don't choose the fonts because we have the fonts, but you're kind of choosing the architecture of things, like what kind of columns am I using and baseline grid and designing all the styles and all that kind of stuff, I think is probably my favorite.
What's your least favorite? Because like that's why they pay us. It's like you can't love everything. Yeah.
I think my least favorite is just when there's so many things that need doing that sometimes they just need to get done and updated.
Yeah. Or I should say, what's the most challenging part of your job? Because it's like you can't like everything, but what is the thing that makes it difficult?
I would say one of the big challenges is this is a big park. There's a lot of information.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of people who specialize in things. But like something like the newspaper visitor guide, I don't even know how many people review it, like dozens.
Yeah.
And so sometimes it's coordinating all the different needs of different groups of people.
Herding turtles.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But I mean,
Herding turtles.
I wouldn't say it's difficult, but I also enjoy it because you get to learn a ton about a park. Like you get to learn about not only all these different subjects and information, but also the different perspectives. Like the language on a sign for visitor resource protection or law enforcement purposes is very different from, like, if you have a sign about fishing or a wayside, the fisheries biologists have very different goals for that than the people who like want to enforce regulations versus the interpretation side of it. So I enjoy I enjoy it, but that is definitely a skill that I've had to learn.
Mm-hmm. I
So-
think that's kind of a perk being in like the communications field, is you kind of have to be exposed to all these different perspectives.
Yeah.
Because you're writing, you're editing, you're designing. You know, you kind of
Right.
have to know a little bit about everything.
And
So
what-
I think it helps
yeah.
to be curious.
It definitely
too.
helps to be curious. I also think that there's a lot of things about my job that I've had people say, like, how do you stand that? Or I'm making a thing and there's going to be 200,000 copies printed of it. Pressure of that. And to me, I'm like, whatever. So I think, but there's other people's jobs that seem super stressful to me. And they're like, oh, I love
Right.
it.
Yeah. It's just
Um,
whatever you're used to, it seems like.
And yeah. And like what you enjoy. So I would say that's one tip, is like find the things that you enjoy that other people don't. That's a good niche for
Find
you.
your niche. Yeah.
Yeah, like play instead of trying to improve the things you're not good at, like play to the things that you're naturally
Yeah.
into.
Murph, he said he likes pumping sludge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yes.
That is pretty niche.
Yeah, when we
Yeah.
said, what's your favorite part of your job? And Murph said, pumping sludge.
Yeah. You're like, all right.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Job
You're in the right job.
So, how do you feel that your job contributes to this larger mission that we have here? You know, you don't get to interact with people on a one-on-one basis, but do you kind of scratch that itch?
Yeah, sometimes I have to remind myself, because I am sitting in front of a computer mostly, and it's a little abstract. As opposed to, you know, when I used to guide 15 people on a hike and you get that immediate person-to-person feedback. But then I remind myself, like, 4 point whatever million people are going to come here every year, and probably they're all going to interact with something that I made. So
I think it's
Yeah.
safe to say like almost every person is going to
Yeah.
see something that you made. Yeah.
so it's
Yeah.
almost like my ROI is a lot higher.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you like your job, things are good. Do you have a defining moment, would you say, like in your career, or something that kind of stands out as to like, ooh, man, this is like, I made it, or that was a cool thing that you got to make or do or be a part of?
Good question.
Thank you.
Jake coming with the hard hitting questions.
Yeah.
The first time I drove into Kantishna, which you can't do right now because the bridge is they're building
there's-
a new bridge. But my first summer in Denali, I was a guide and we had to get out to Kantishna, which is at the end of the one road. Literally, it like turns into an airstrip right after the place that I worked back there. That was pretty mind blowing.
Yeah.
It was
Yeah.
a clear day. We're on the road with nobody else. The mountain was totally out, and I was just kind of like, oh, like
I had the same moment. Like
Yeah.
when I
like an out of body experience.
I say that there are three things that have like changed me as a person, you know, that so far, I mean, obviously there can be more, but the first time going to Stony Overlook on a clear day and seeing Denali like in the distance, I was just standing there like mind blown.
Yeah,
Mm.
And then the first time I saw the Grand Canyon, because that was also, I was younger and I was like of the age where I was starting to appreciate things. And I was just like, it's just like unfathomably big. Like you can't imagine like being the first people to show up and be like, oh, how do we get across this? And then also seeing the Kilauea volcano under the Milky Way at night. I remember going there and it was like glowing up into the sky on a clear night. You had the Milky Way like arching over it. And again, just like one of those, like, this is so cool. That,
Mhm.
yeah,
and it's cool that national parks, like they were all in national parks.
Yep.
Like, you know, like out of all the cool things that I've seen, that it's just, I mean, it's cool that we get to do this.
yeah. I mean, that's what makes it hard to choose. Is I've had so many
Yeah.
over the years, but I mean, what I did the seasonal job for fun, and I think I tried to live a normal life one time after that for a few months, and I just couldn't do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, not that there's anything wrong with it. I just,
Yeah.
for me, I got hooked.
Yeah.
So for people that are interested in doing this kind of work, let's get into some of the details. Like if someone goes to USA Jobs, what are they, what's the series they're looking for?
Yeah. So I think a lot of the interviews for this podcast, we've had interesting, weird job titles, but this may be the weirdest. It's traditionally these jobs have been called visual information specialists. It's 1084.
Okay.
I don't know why that's the title of the job, but it
Yeah.
encompasses a lot of different things. It can be, gosh, it can range so much what that is. Because I've done a lot of digital stuff too. Like at Rocky, I was in charge of all the media, so you can be doing digital stuff, print stuff, audio, video. There's so many things. So that's one of them, but I think there's a movement right now to change a lot of the jobs, if not all of them, over to 1001. Is that right?
Yeah, that's what I am.
Yeah. So there's a recognition that visual information specialist doesn't quite cover all the things that these types of jobs do. So there's a move towards that. And then I would also say there's, as you guys know, there's public information, and a lot of times almost exact same type of job as my job is advertised under different public information things. There's also, like I said, there's subspecialties, like cartography, which in my mind is a subfield of design, or like writer editor, audio video production. So,
Specialist. That was a job I had too.
Yeah. So I think look for 1084, 1001, but also when you're on USA Jobs, just search for terms that apply to what you're interested in terms of like audio video or editing or writing, and it's kind of all over the place.
Yeah.
And I don't think we've said this yet, but like on OPM, there's a list of all the jobs. So like if you go to the OPM website, it's like the 1000 series is all of the like arts.
Right.
So from from 1001 to 1099, there's like a bunch of everything that we're mentioning kind of falls in there. And so it seems like if you're looking for it, you could set your alerts on a variety of those different keys, but it's good to know which ones specifically. If parks aren't flying them in a certain category, then doesn't make sense to, set an alert. You already mentioned all the training that you had, for the design and everything. Is there any other than the design aspect and knowing how to run these programs, like, is it required that you have a formal training, that you go to school for that? Or could you just like teach yourself how to do this? And you like, a lot of people grow up and know how to use Photoshop and stuff.
I think you can teach yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, a ton of it I taught myself. I think like you said, Ashton, curiosity is a big one, I think, for these positions.
Yeah.
Curiosity about different types of design work and audio, all that kind of stuff, but also subject matter. I did tons of personal projects, like I'd say I probably did more personal projects than work projects to get into this kind of stuff. Like whenever I was just seasonal, took a ton of photographs and had a blog and made books for friends and family that they didn't want that I thought were cool.
Yeah. So it seems like you were interested in being creative and you just happened to find a job that
it's just
allowed you to do that.
Yeah, it's just kind of who I am. I think.
Yeah. That's cool.
Do you have any advice for people that, if they're looking to get into this career, just general advice?
Make your own stuff. If you have some opportunity to, I definitely know people who've gotten into it who are seasonal or permanent in a different career field, and they are a photographer and they start working on their photography and they get really good at it, or they start writing stuff, or a lot of times I have projects that I need some help with from people out in the field who have that knowledge, and they can, it's not volunteering because they're doing their job, but and generally with parks, with federal, well, I shouldn't say federal, I just know Park Service, but you can spend up to 20% of your time on alternate things as long as they're, and so definitely I did things like that, and others, people in like interpretation or other staff do that as well. You can contribute to projects. It's always hard for me to give advice because I just kind of,
it is a winding road. Yeah.
I just kind of did what I was passionate about or interested in, and got lucky and it worked out. So it's hard for me to give it specific advice, but
not so much like advice on like how, like what did you do that somebody else could replicate, but just like what are the things that are going to set people up for success?
Yeah.
And it seems like, the things you
I-
just mentioned were,
I also would say I have a lot of print knowledge. I don't know how much I would invest in that moving forward for people. But if there is something that you can learn that is a little less known or technical in a specific subfield, that can be helpful.
yeah.
I would definitely say from now moving forward, people focusing on digital is really a good idea.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So not that we write much code or anything, but just like how websites work, thinking about user experience in addition to all the other things, apps, app design, and working with databases and things like that is very helpful.
So we like to end these with, on a high note. We're like, what's the fun thing? Do you have a favorite story or memory in Yellowstone or some other park? Like, we kind of already touched a little bit about, going out to Kantishna was the first time to kind of blew your
Mhm.
mind. Is there like a
Yeah, my first
non-work related thing, maybe?
Yeah, my first summer here I got really lucky my first summer here because Xanterra had overhired. But I took a lot of time. I took a lot of those. Like, does anyone want Friday off? Yes, I do. I did a lot of backpacking, and one of my trips I did Mount Washburn. No, wait, not Mount Washburn, Mount Holmes, which also had a fire lookout on it at that time.
Mhm.
So I hiked in. My plan was hike into a meadow. The next day, get up, go to the summit, come back, camp. The next morning, get up, hike back out, and be done. Kind of break it up. I think it's 20 miles round trip.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So that way I had like 5 miles in, 10 miles round trip, 5 miles out. Nice and calm. And so I did the hike in, camped at a backcountry site, and the next morning got up, and there's like a big meadow right before you kind of get above tree line for Mount Holmes. And if I remember correctly, it has kind of a lot of little like pothole ponds and things. And so I kind of hiked up. I'd never done it before. I hiked up over this ridge and saw this big meadow, and there were just a ton of cow elk with their calves. I think, they get away from the roads,
Mhm.
especially at that time of year when the calves are young and things are. And so there must have been, I don't know, I'm going to say like around 100 or something. And right as I came over the ridge, they were all acting really skittish. And I was like, really? Like one person by myself? I don't advocate backpacking by yourself in bear country, but I did.
Do as we say, not as we do.
Yeah. I was young. I wouldn't do it now. My risk tolerance was different. Anyway, so they were acting really skittish and whatever. And so I was hiking along kind of the edge, and then they just started running. I was like, wow, I can't believe how skittish they are. It must be with the calves. And then I looked up, and there was a grizzly bear running like full speed, which if you've never seen a grizzly bear running at full speed, it is something. Like, it doesn't make sense. They run very fast. I think, what do they run, 35 or?
Yeah, Carrie says like
Wow.
40 feet per second.
It's crazy.
Wow.
Like, it doesn't
Yeah.
look real. And the way they run is very odd because they're like very front heavy. They have the big shoulders and the shoulder hump and the big powerful front claws. It's almost like they grab the ground in front of them and just pull the rest of their body forward. And it was trying to chase down an elk,
Wow.
like a young elk. It looked like it was probably a year old elk that it was trying to get. And I was by myself, and it was my first summer in a national park and my first summer in like mountains. And I was just like, whoa. And you could hear it. Like, it was so heavy that you could hear the sound of it running.
Yeah.
Wow.
So I just kind of backed up against a tree, pulled my bear spray out, carry bear spray. I had my bear spray, took the safety off, had it ready. And the grizzly ran, gosh, it was probably like within 15 feet of me. Did not care about me at all.
Oh
It
my
was
gosh.
in pursuit of this elk running uphill. And then they went into the trees and they turned some kind of corner and came back the other way, farther away, down towards that meadow. And it ran forward and like swept one of the back legs of the elk and got it and started taking it down, was going to eat it. And I was just like, I think I'm going to keep hiking. So I started going up, and I went up to the top and I got to the fire lookout and I was really freaked out. And then I was talking to the guy who manned the lookout back then, or the person at the lookout who worked up there all summer. And that's a remote one. You can't drive to it. You get resupplied by pack animals, I'm pretty sure. And I mentioned like what I'd just seen. And he was like, yeah, there's a guy got killed at Grizzly Lake a few years ago. And I was just like, don't say this to me. So I hung out for a little while and then I hiked all the way back down to my camp and I packed up all my stuff and I hiked out the whole way that night because I was just freaked out.
Oh my gosh.
But yeah, that was pretty amazing. We'll never forget that one.
Yeah.
Probably set me up well for risk management going forward. I was a lot more aware of what can happen, which is anything. Anything can happen, which is why it's exciting.
And for people listening, just a friendly reminder that we encourage people to hike in groups.
Yes.
Make a lot of noise.
Yes.
Carry bear spray and know how to use it. That's how to proactively stay safe.
Yes.
Well, Miles, thank you for joining us today. It's been interesting catching up and hearing about your job and what you do and all that.
My pleasure.
Ashton, did you have any other final questions for Miles?
No, I don't think so. Thanks for joining us, Miles.
Anytime.
Well, that's it for this week's episode of What We Do. Thanks again to our guest, Miles Barger. If you like what we do, rate and review the show wherever you listen, because every positive review helps new listeners find the show. If you have questions or you want to learn more about a particular job, contact us using the form at go.nps.gov/whatwedopodcast. Thanks for listening.
So I'm out here in Yellowstone National Park's Lamar Valley. I'm not too far from the Lamar Ranger Station, or what was historically known as the Buffalo Ranch. And I gotta say, this is absolutely my favorite place in the park. It is gorgeous. It's this wide open valley surrounded by grassy hills, sagebrush, and some high mountains off in the distance. And right now in midsummer, it is covered in bison. There has to be several hundred animals out here right now. It's just a really impressive sight. So it's the bison rut, or the mating season. And while these animals are out here doing their thing and trying to attract mates, they have some really pretty charismatic behavioral displays. But it's the vocalizations, or these bellows, that are so prevalent this time of year that I think are so cool. So I'm out here to check it out. Oh yeah, here we go. It's a bison jam. They're crossing the road. It's the males that are making that grunting noise, and every time they do it, they stick their tongues out. So it's just the wildest thing to watch. Pretty spectacular.
crazy about these animals. I'm Jennifer Jarrett, and I am an associate editor for Yellowstone Science here in Yellowstone National Park.
We're going to take you down to listen to the lake sing. Come on down. Yeah, this doesn't happen all the time. It's fairly rare. So not many people hear this, because if there's any the tiniest bit of snow, it's the deal's off. The sound's all muffled. As this stuff freezes and tightens, there's movement underneath, so this crack will start, and the crack just takes off. And you'll hear these things that'll sound just like an F-16 just coming right at you. When the sun comes up, it begins in earnest, and the sun goes down, peters out. The activity will subside and stop, get quiet. I've tried singing along, but it just doesn't work too well. Nothing beats that. I'm Bruce Sefton. I'm with the Maintenance Division of the National Park Service here in the Lake District. Every day's fun.
This is Yellowstone National Park. Thanks for listening. For Yellowstone National Park and the Acoustic Atlas at Montana State University, this is telemetry.
Imagine that you're standing on a boardwalk in Yellowstone National Park. It's a sunny day in the height of summer. People around you look at their watches, and then they back up, waiting for something to happen. And right then, this starts. A stream of water shoots 4 or 5 feet out of a hole in the ground. It pulses up and down a few times and then jets over 100 feet into the air. And it continues to do this for a few minutes. This would be Old Faithful erupting next to you, the most famous of Yellowstone's features. It does that all the time, with similar blasts coming from the ground at least every 2 hours.
I don't know, I get caught up just like anyone else. You know, when I am visiting Old Faithful, I stop and I watch the eruptions.
That's Mike Poland, the scientist in charge at the Yellowstone Volcano Observatory.
Doesn't matter how many times you see it, it's no less spectacular to me than the first time I saw it. And the more you know about what's driving this, I think the more spectacular it becomes. That it's this heat engine that's beneath our feet that's made this possible. It's you're seeing the upper expression of this heat engine right at the surface, and I think it's sort of a magical sort of thought to have as you're watching these geysers go off.
Well, there are geysers all over the world. Mike says that Yellowstone is famous for holding the greatest concentration of geysers anywhere, and that these geysers have a deeper source.
Well, in order to get a geyser to really go, you need heat. You need water and heat. And of course, we have plenty of water around here. And the heat is supplied by a magma body that's underneath Yellowstone,
Which is basically a bunch of molten rock from the Earth's mantle rising up into the Earth's crust.
The magma body is sometimes referred to as a supervolcano, or the Yellowstone system is called a supervolcano. It gets that name because it can be the source of some truly humongous eruptions.
Yeah, this is kind of a funny jargon sorts of stuff.
That's Jake Lowenstern. He was Mike's predecessor as the head of the Yellowstone Volcano Observatory. Jake says that what defines a volcano as a supervolcano is a past super eruption, and that such eruptions are really, really big.
So a super eruption is a meaningful term, and that's when you have more than 1,000 cubic kilometers of material that comes out in a single event. So that's let's try and visualize that. 1,000 cubic kilometers. If you took the state of Texas and you buried it 5 feet deep in material.
These super eruptions are much bigger than the largest volcanic eruptions of the 20th century, like Mount St. Helens or Pinatubo. The closest we've come to one in modern history was in 1815, when an eruption of Mount Tambora in Indonesia threw so much ash into the atmosphere that it was known as the year without a summer. The eruption and following climate change caused crops to fail in Europe and New England, and even prompted Lord Byron to write a poem about that summer titled Darkness. And Tambora's 1815 eruption? It is dwarfed in size by Yellowstone's prehistoric super eruptions, at least 10 times smaller. There are a number of volcanoes other than Yellowstone that have produced super eruptions in the past. But Jake says that in the Earth's history, these big super eruptions are pretty rare, with one going off every 100,000 years or so on average. And much like Yellowstone, these other supervolcanoes are not usually the cone-shaped mountains we often associate with volcanoes. Not that big triangle you might have drawn in grade school. Instead, these supervolcanoes are essentially giant sinkholes surrounded by mountains. And these sinkholes, or calderas, are what's left after devastatingly large super eruptions take place, blowing up everything that used to be there. Just like with Yellowstone's caldera, a caldera about the size of Rhode Island.
It's had 3 very, very large volcanic eruptions. The most recent one was 640,000 years old. So that seems incredibly old, and it is. But that was one of the largest eruptions in the last 20 million years in the United States, and it's one of the big eruptions on Earth that's well recorded in the geologic record, and Yellowstone is capable of doing that. So you have a lot of different things that happen here, yet because everybody has in their mind this one kind of big bad eruption, everybody assumes that if there is an eruption, it has to be the worst case scenario, and that everybody's doomed, and that's just wrong.
According to Jake, the kind of eruption most likely at Yellowstone would have a more regional impact. A small-scale eruption that could come in a few forms. Say, a giant belch of superheated gas and water from Yellowstone's underground plumbing system, or oozing lava flows like the ones in Hawaii.
It'll affect the people in the park, and it'll affect the park if something like that happens. There'll be forest fires when you bring lava out on the ground. It's hot. There's going to be road closures. You might dam up some rivers, but it's not going to be a national event. And that's the most likely kind of thing that can happen. And even that is not very likely. One hasn't happened for 70,000 years.
You can still see the evidence of prehistoric lava flows throughout the park. Flows that formed the main plateaus of rock across Yellowstone. But again, Jake really isn't too worried about new lava flows or other big volcano events popping up anytime soon.
If I were offered a job here and I were at the right time of life, I would certainly live here in a second.
Learning more about the Yellowstone volcano's past and paying attention to its present is what scientists like Mike and Jake do as members of the Yellowstone Volcano Observatory. Scientists at the observatory come from groups like the United States Geological Survey, the National Park Service, and universities of the states surrounding the park. Again, Mike Poland.
Some of us are geophysicists. Some of us are geochemists. Some of us specialize in gas emissions or rock compositions. Other people specialize in locating earthquakes. So it's It's a unique group of scientists, and it's all really getting at ways of better understanding the current activity and the processes that are happening now beneath our feet.
Research trying to understand the volcano can lead scientists in unexpected directions. Mike and fellow researcher Elske de Zoo van Dolfsen are standing in the middle of a lodgepole pine forest as heavy wind whips the trees back and forth.
My goodness. I mean, I know they're designed to do this, but it's a little unnerving.
As Mike and Elske deploy a sensitive piece of equipment to measure gravity at the site, a pine tree maybe 30 feet tall breaks and falls to the ground, while the rest of the trees continue to crack and whine.
That would be an interesting manifestation in the gravity record if we had it running when that tree fell. We'd detect the vibrations from that. Okay, so we're doing a gravity survey throughout the park right now. And the idea is that gravity actually isn't a constant. It varies depending on what's beneath your feet. It will especially vary over time if there's an influx in mass beneath the ground, say water or magma. If there's more water or magma beneath the ground, gravity actually pulls a little stronger. And we can record that with these instruments.
These measurements of gravity could provide a better understanding of changes in the magma chamber below the park, and are one example of ongoing research at the observatory. Scientists are also studying the age of gases released by geysers and fumaroles to understand how old the molten rocks below the surface are, and where in the Earth's crust they are being melted from. Other researchers are measuring recent ground deformation, which means the changing shape of the Earth's surface caused from below. In 2014, in the park near Norris,
the ground began to uplift by several centimeters a year, which is extraordinary by geologic standards. This is something that, of course, you wouldn't notice, but measuring it with GPS and with radar satellites, we can see this uplift. Then there was an earthquake, and right after this magnitude 4 or so earthquake, the ground started to subside by about the same rate, several centimeters a year.
Researchers think that earthquake was caused by pressure releasing, heated water accumulating behind a seal and the seal breaking. After that, the ground started falling as the water drained out from behind the barrier. And while all this research helps scientists better understand what's going on under the park, Yellowstone's past of large eruptions can add a dramatic flair to current events surrounding the volcano. In 2017, thousands of earthquakes were detected occurring in just over 3 months near West Yellowstone. Major news outlets often covered the story of the earthquake swarms and were quick to cite the potential for disaster.
It seems that whenever there's an earthquake swarm at Yellowstone, this idea that the volcano is about to erupt comes up. And there are swarms all the time. If it were true that Yellowstone swarms were indicating an eruption was imminent, then eruption is likely to be imminent every year. So this is just the way Yellowstone works. Yellowstone releases seismic energy in swarms. Some swarms are big, some swarms are small. It's what Yellowstone does. So they're not anything to get worried about. In my opinion, they're more something to get interested by. The rocks that are around tell a heck of a story. Obsidians and ash flows and basalt lava flows all mingled together. So there's a story recorded in the rocks which tells the geologic history of Yellowstone, and it's an interesting story.
And this story, the story of the volcano, it can be seen everywhere in Yellowstone. It's one of the things that makes Yellowstone so unique. The shape of the land, the course of the rivers, and all of the amazing thermal features, they're all dictated by the volcano. Even plant and animal habitats in the park are defined by volcanic rock types. The volcano isn't just written across the landscape, it is the landscape. And this is something special to see, even for a scientist studying it.
It's a place, there's a reason that there are millions of people a year that come to visit. It's really a privilege to work in such a spectacular place, not just geologically and volcanologically, but also in terms of its ecology, in terms of its landscapes. It's a real wonderland. So come to Yellowstone and look at the landscape and explore the geology.
For Yellowstone National Park, I'm Scott Christie.
This podcast is supported in part by Yellowstone Forever and the Eyes on Yellowstone program. Eyes on Yellowstone is made possible by Canon USA. This program represents the largest corporate donation for wildlife conservation in the park. This is telemetry.
From Yellowstone National Park, where spring feels about 3 weeks ahead of schedule, this is that Scott guy you know and love with a brand new episode of This Week in Yellowstone. What's up, everybody? This Week in Yellowstone National Park from March 26th to April 1st, 2026. I'll let you know about biking the roads, give you some tips about dealing with mud season, tell you to hike a canyon rim, and share how the park monitors the wolf packs. I'll also give you the complete weather forecast, the snowpack update, the wildlife report, and everything else you need to have an incredible time this week in Yellowstone. Standard disclaimer, gonna miss a few details here and there, so if there's something that you need more information on, just reach out and ask any questions you may have. I also mentioned park locations very casually, so if you're unfamiliar, a quick search can help. Also know that this report only covers the drivable areas of the park. I should be able to say that by now. I say it every week, but sometimes I stumble over words. Finally, please know that this podcast is a passion project of mine. If you enjoy it, I'd love a review or a quick email. If you want to support my work further, you can check out my hiking and wildlife watching guidebooks, or you can join me for a guided hiking tour in Yellowstone's backcountry. For more information, visit outdoor-society.com or contact me directly, 406-589-1873. Just send me a text. This week's Yellowstone news. So there's not much news in the park right now. The main story is the one I'm going to be talking about in the experience of the week, which is biking in the park. Other than that, bears are active. Can talk about that in the wildlife report and the trail report. And generally, only the northern range is open. Things are going well in the park. That's about it. There's no news, which is good news. I'm sure things will pick up and we'll actually have some news stories pretty soon. Next couple of weeks, some roads open, things like that. But right now, no real news in the park. If you want some cool news, check out the Caldera Chronicles, the USGS weekly kind of podcast, as well as, I don't know if it's a podcast. I know they write it. But check that out if you want some just cool geyser news. Otherwise, let's talk about the experience of the week, which is biking the road between Mammoth and West Yellowstone. So biking for the spring season is now officially underway in Yellowstone National Park. As of March 20th, 2026, the park opened the road between Mammoth and West Yellowstone to cyclists and pedestrians ahead of the spring vehicle season. This annual window allows visitors to travel park roads without non-essential motor vehicle traffic. Keep in mind that park service staff and plowing vehicles are still going to be on the road going back and forth, so the roads aren't going to be completely empty, just very little used. The Mammoth to West Yellowstone corridor covers approximately 49 miles and represents the primary spring cycling route in Yellowstone. Access is permitted only on the roads that have been cleared of snow and are not being actively plowed. Cyclists must yield to snow plows and other authorized vehicles, and road statuses can change quickly depending on weather and operational needs. So because I am located closer to Mammoth than West Yellowstone, I'm going to talk about biking the road from Mammoth. So from Mammoth, the route begins with a gradual climb past the Upper Terrace Loop, and then you kind of go by a pretty waterfall and then up to Swan Lake Flats. This is the steepest hill you're going to experience all day, and it can be a little difficult if you're not used to biking, but plug along and you'll be fine. Once you're up to Swan Lake Flats, everything opens up and it's absolutely gorgeous. You're going to see Bunsen Peak. You're going to see the Gallatins and all of that. You're going to be able to have all of these views of mountains that you haven't been able to see for a while. It's absolutely stunning. After you get through there, you're going to get to Sheep Eater Cliff, which is one of my favorite places. If the road is good, Bike down the Sheep Eater Cliff Road and then walk along the river from there. It's absolutely stunning. Highly recommend that. If you want to call that a day and turn around, that's a good turning point. If you want to keep going, then eventually you're going to reach places like Obsidian Cliffs, which are a significant geological and cultural site composed of volcanic glass used historically by indigenous people. Really cool place to just take some time. Usually when you're driving, you're flying by there, and I think there's only one pullout and one little visitor center area that is fine, but, riding your bike is much better. Then you're going to keep winding down, and pretty soon you're going to get toward Norris Geyser Basin. You're going to go by the Roaring Mountain, and then you're going to drop down to Norris. There also is a Norris Geyser Basin overlook that you don't have to drop down to get to Norris, and you can still see the Norris Geyser Basin. Important note here, as far as I know, Norris Geyser Basin is not open to hike right now. So if you ride there, you're not going to be able to walk around the basin. They're doing some repairs, last I heard, and so you're just not going to be able to do that. However, that's a great ride. You go there and back. Fantastic. You can turn around or not. If you're feeling much more aggressive about things, you could ride all the way to West Yellowstone. If you are riding to west, after you get to Norris, the road descends toward Madison Junction. You're going to follow the Gibbon River here. Gibbon Falls is prominent and gorgeous, and you're going to have some really cool views and opportunities to stop, including good wildlife potential. Usually I don't see much at the Swan Lake Flats area right now, but you never know. With this winter, you might see things. But closer you get to Madison, the more wildlife there is. The final segment from Madison Junction to West Yellowstone spans about 13 to 14 miles and just follows the Madison River on a almost perfectly flat road. Like, it's gorgeous. And if you want to do that, great. You're going to have 49 miles each way. And so what some people do is they will bike from Mammoth to West Yellowstone, spend the night in West Yellowstone, and then ride back. If you're going to do that, fantastic. Just know that there are no services available along this route, and food, water, probably restrooms, or mechanical assistance are not available. If something happens, you're kind of stuck. So cyclists are expected to be fully self-sufficient and prepared for rapidly changing weather conditions, including snow, wind, and temperature fluctuations. Sometimes it can seem like it's a beautiful day, and then you get beyond Swan Lake Flats and that wind starts ripping, and you're like, why didn't I bring gloves? So be prepared. It's spring bicycling, and it's not summer, right? It's going to be cool, but it's also going to be cool because there's not a lot of cars out. So know that this early season access period is temporary and typically ends once roads open to public motor vehicle traffic in April. While you can still bike on the roads after the park roads open to vehicles, you're going to be sharing the narrow, winding roads with cars. So it's not necessarily ideal if you're not experienced with that. But right now, the Mammoth to West Yellowstone route provides a unique and special opportunity to travel a significant portion of the road system in a low-traffic environment. I've done this before. I absolutely love it. If you have a good bike, great. If you don't, there's places to rent bikes in West Yellowstone, or you can rent them at Dan Bailey's up in Livingston before you drive down to Gardner. This is a truly great experience, and if you love biking, like, just going through Swan Lake Flats and back, like to the Gardner River and back, is great. Like, highly recommend it. It's why it's my experience of the week. So do that, enjoy it, let me hear all about it. If you've done it before, what are some of your stories? Love to share those. My tip of the week: maneuvering mud season. So mud season has arrived in Yellowstone National Park. My boots have proven that after the last few hikes, so yay. If you're planning on hiking right now, this is something you need to be ready for. As temperatures rise and snow begins to melt across the park, trails are turning soft, saturated, and in many cases, deeply muddy and slick. Spring conditions always bring unstable trails. Snowmelt's going to kind of impact the ground. We're also going to get some rain, and that doesn't drain very well. And the cold ground, even though it hasn't been like super snowy, the ground's pretty cold. And as that warms up, all of that combined just makes the mud pretty unbearable at times. Right now, that means many trails are a mix of mud, standing water, and lingering snow. It's really not uncommon to hit all three on a single hike. That's where footwear becomes critical this time of year. Waterproof boots are strongly recommended, and even then, expect them to get dirty and not have the greatest of traction. The trails are going to be slick, uneven, and occasionally submerged. Even the best traction boots in mud season in Yellowstone are not really going to help you on some trails. They will help you on others, so definitely have that. Also, gaiters are a useful addition. They help keep mud and water from getting into your boots. I highly recommend bringing trekking poles. They are a huge difference maker, especially when navigating in deeper mud or just dealing with trying to have any traction whatsoever. I'm saying traction a lot because traction matters. And all of this is important enough to say that in Yellowstone, the trails do not care what traction you have. I've been saying that a couple of times now, and I just want to stress that. In lots of places, the mud's just going to stick more and more with each step you take, and it turns each foot into a brick of mud. Sometimes the mud will just give, and you'll sink all the way in. I've been hiking with somebody, and their shoe popped off as they sunk in mud, and their shoe stuck in the mud and then filled with the mud that was overflowing, and we had to dig out the shoe. Not ideal. So everything you can do to avoid that, the better. So if you see deep mud, don't step there. Try and take good steps of where it doesn't look like the mud's going to be too bad. Also, timing your hike can help a lot. Early in the morning when temperatures are cooler, the ground is often more firm. As the day warms up, the mud warms up, and trails soften very quickly. By afternoon, sections that were manageable in the morning can turn into thick, energy-draining mud. If you want the best conditions available, start early and end early. That's your best option. Route selection also plays a huge role. The lower elevation trails tend to melt out first, but they also tend to get muddy first. The higher elevation trails may still be snow-covered, which can actually be easier to travel on than the deep mud, depending on the conditions. If you need help in deciding which is better, reach out to me, I can help you. Know that hiking on slopes of trails that are south-facing is going to be better than those that are north-facing, as they get more sunlight and they dry faster. Most of the south-facing trails I've been hiking recently are perfectly fine. The north ones, not so much. So you might need to adjust your plans once you see what conditions are actually like on the ground and just find something that has dried out a bit more. Again, if you need some suggestions, reach out to me, happy to help. Mud season also slows everything down. Distances take longer, footing is less stable, and energy use is higher. A hike that feels easy in August can feel much more demanding right now. Planning shorter routes and giving yourself extra time, very smart approach. There's really no way to avoid the reality of mud season in Yellowstone right now. If you want to hike, know that trails are messy, conditions are inconsistent, and your boots are not going to stay clean. But with the right expectations and preparations, it's still a great time to be out. If you embrace the conditions instead of fighting them, mud season becomes less of an obstacle and more of just another part of experiencing the park as it transitions into spring. This is a great time to hike. Just know it's not always the most fun, but it's beautiful out there. My random Yellowstone fact of the week: how Yellowstone monitors the wolves. Monitoring wolves in Yellowstone National Park is one of the most in-depth wildlife research efforts anywhere in the world. Ever since wolves were reintroduced in 1995, scientists have been tracking them in ways that go far beyond just counting how many there are. The goal is to understand how they move, how the packs function, how they hunt, and how they shape the ecosystem around them. A big part of that work starts with radio collars. Each winter, biologists capture a small number of wolves, usually from a helicopter, using either darting or net gunning, and then once the animal is safely handled, it's fitted with a collar that sends out location data. Some collars use GPS and transmit locations via satellite, sometimes multiple times a day. Others use VHF signals, which require researchers to physically track them from the ground or from aircraft. National Park Service says that there's about 30% of the wolves in a pack are collared, which is enough to give a clear picture of how that group moves across the landscape. Those collars are incredibly important. They allow researchers to map territories, locate dens, follow dispersing wolves, and even detect when a wolf has died if a collar stops moving. Over time, this has created one of the most detailed long-term data sets for any large carnivore anywhere. I should be clear and note that Yellowstone's wolf research is not just about technology. A lot of it still comes down to people in the field. The park's wolf project relies heavily on direct observations, especially in the northern range, where visibility is wide open. Biologists spend hours, often entire days, watching wolves through spotting scopes. They track pack dynamics, identify breeding pairs, count pups, and document behavior. These observations are critical for understanding how packs change over time and how successful they are from year to year. Aerial tracking is another major piece of the puzzle. That's aerial like air, not aerial like The Little Mermaid. Sorry, that made me laugh, so I wanted to say it. Researchers used fixed-wing aircraft to locate collared wolves across Yellowstone's massive landscape. You may have spotted some of the small planes flying in the park over the winter and spring. There was one just out the other day. They circle an area for a bit. And these are the research planes. These flights make it possible to quickly find packs, estimate group size, and track changes that would be hard to catch from the ground. When you combine these flights with GPS data, you get a much bigger landscape-level understanding of where wolves are and what they're doing. There's also a strong focus on health and genetics. When wolves are captured or one is found dead, scientists collect samples like blood and tissue. They're used to monitor diseases such as mange or canine distemper and to build genetic profiles of the individual wolves. That genetic work helps researchers understand relationships within packs, track reproduction, and measure genetic diversity over time. Studies from the USGS show that both disease and genetics play a major role in how stable the wolf population is in Yellowstone. I talked about how there was this distemper that kind of took out a lot of pups in the interior this year. That was all because these wolves are so studied. In recent years, non-invasive methods have become more common as well. Researchers collect scat and hair samples to extract DNA without ever handling the animal. Camera traps are also used, especially in the forested or harder to see areas where visual observation is limited. These tools help confirm pack presence, estimate population size, and monitor wolves that are not collared. One of the newer and more interesting tools is sound. Scientists have started using acoustic recorders placed along the landscape to capture wolf howls. By analyzing these recordings, they can estimate where wolves are, how many packs are in the area, and how they communicate across the territory. Thousands of howling events have already been recorded through this work, adding another layer to how wolves are studied. Researchers also spend a lot of time studying what wolves eat and how they hunt. Using GPS collar data, they can identify clusters, places where wolves stay in one spot for a while, which often signals a kill site. Biologists will hike to those locations to confirm what prey was taken, it's usually elk, and to better understand predator-prey relationships. Long-term research has shown that the prey availability, especially elk populations, has a major influence on wolf behavior and success rates. When you step back and look at just wolf monitoring altogether, it's not just about keeping track of numbers. It's about understanding the entire ecosystem. Movement, behavior, genetics, disease, and ecology all come together. And that's what makes Yellowstone such an important natural laboratory, and why the work being done here continues to shape how wolves are studied and managed across the world. You see a lot of studies about these wolves in Yellowstone. You see a lot of people watching them. That's because they're, this test case of how do you reintroduce wolves. Very important. They're being studied, they're being watched, not always in the best of ways, but every single year we're learning more and more about wolf behavior, and scientists are learning how to watch them without interfering with them. And that is awesome. And that is why Yellowstone Wildlife Watching and the experts that deal with wildlife in the park are such fantastic people. If you see them out in the field, thank them for their work. If you see any ranger, thank them for their work. The weather for the coming week. So as always, this is the best forecast for the week at the time of the recording. It could change. It might not. We'll see. But this at least gives you kind of an idea of what to expect. So let's start with Lamar Valley. On Thursday, the 26th, high of 43, low of 17. There'll be some rain in the morning. Then Friday, 51 and 24. Saturday, 56 and 29. Sunday, 58 and 34. Monday, 56 and 33, with a 72% chance of rain developing in the afternoon. Tuesday, high of 44, low of 28, currently a 65% of 2 inches of snow. And Wednesday, high of 44, low of 29, 64% chance of 1 inch of snow. The weather for Gardner, Montana. Starting on Thursday, the 26th, high of 47, low of 21, maybe some rain in the morning. Friday, high of 55, low of 29. Saturday, high of 60, low of 33. Sunday, high of 62, low of 37. Monday, high of 59, low of 34, with a 53% chance of about 1/10 of an inch of rain in the afternoon, evening. Then Tuesday, 47 and 30, 60% chance of 1 inch of snow. Wednesday, 45 and 32, 60% chance of 1 inch of snow. The weather for Cook City on Thursday, high of 39, low of 15, some snow showers in the morning, and those fade away. Friday, 47 and 26. Saturday, 52 and 30. Sunday, 53 and 35. Monday, 52 and 32, 75% chance of some rain or snow starting in the late morning, early afternoon. Tuesday, 43 and 27, 70% chance of 2 inches of snow. And Wednesday, 39 and 28, 65% chance of 2 inches of snow. So good through the weekend. Then Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday look to be wet, rainy, or snowy. So we shall see. Speaking of snow, here's the snowpack update. As of March 24th, the snowpack is around 85% of normal for this time of year. The eastern and northern ranges of the park are 102% of normal, while the western and southern sides are about 75% of normal. Last year on this date, we are averaging around 103% of normal, so we're behind where we were. This incoming snow and rain that looks like it's going to hit at the end of this week, like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, into next week, that's really going to help balance these numbers out after some warm weather. Road conditions. The only road open right now is the road between Gardner, Montana and Cook City, Montana. That's going to be the case for another couple of weeks. Please be aware that this road can close at any time due to inclement weather. For up-to-date information, call 307-344-2117 for recorded messages, or you can sign up to receive the Yellowstone road alerts on your cell phone by texting the number 82190 to the number 888777. Camping information. There's only one campground open in the park right now, and that's the Mammoth Campground, which is open year-round. Talked to somebody that camped there the other day. They loved it. They said that there's one other person in the entire campground. So if you want to camp, do it. It's great. That brings us to the wildlife watching update. So the biggest news right now is that carcass that I've been telling you about at Blacktail Ponds has had a grizzly on it. So that's cool. There are also wolves on it the other day. That's awesome. There's bears all around. I went hiking at Hell Roaring, and there were tons of bear prints out there. There's a carcass by Hell Roaring that wolves had been feeding on the day before, and then the grizzly came and was eating it the morning that I was there. Didn't know that at the time, so that was neat. There's been moose hanging around by the Floating Island Lake area, and also before you get to Hell Roaring, so between Mammoth and Hell Roaring, off in a little field. There's also been tons of bison moving back and forth. The pronghorn are entering the valleys. There's eagles all over. There is energy and excitement, and people have been seeing bluebirds in the park, and that's going to continue through this weekend for sure. So if you're going to the park right now, wildlife watching is awesome. There's been a lot of wolf sightings. If you drive back and forth, just drive out to Pebble Creek and back, and more than likely people will be watching wolves. They might be a few miles away, or they might be really close. It's just hit and miss right now. But animal activity is picking up. We're also looking at some bison that are dying as they just aren't making it through the winter, the older ones and stuff. So those are being preyed on by the wolves. And as the bison start birthing soon, you're going to see some breech births, things like that. So there's going to be some dead bison scattered about, which means that the predators or scavengers are going to be out there a lot more feasting. There have been tons of elk near the north entrance. There have been a couple foxes out near the northeast entrance. So if you're going into the park this week, like I said, your best bet is to drive back and forth. Get there early. By 10 or so, when it's warm like it has been, animal activity really drops down and then picks up later in the afternoon, evening. But the biggest news right now is that pullout by Blacktail Ponds is going to be packed because bears are feasting. Even before the bear came out, it was awesome. Like I said, the wolves were out there. And then there's been coyotes out there. There's been eagles. There's been all sorts of great wildlife watching just by those ponds by Mammoth. So enjoy. If I hear anything else, I'll probably post about it on my social media. But if you need anything, just reach out to me. Happy to help. Oh, I also should mention that I have hiking and wildlife watching guidebooks available through my website, outdoor-society.com, or you can just message me, 406-589-1873, for a link. Happy to hook you up with those. Ebooks are only $10, and always happy to send those out. Trail alerts and updates. Right now, there's no official trail alerts this week. Those are going to resume in April, but bear sightings are becoming more common. Like I said, I followed some tracks. They were very fresh in the mud. It was kind of amazing, and I was super excited, and everyone else was like, oh, that doesn't sound good. But the bear wasn't anywhere near. There wasn't scat around or anything. But know that if you're on a trail right now, you're going to be dealing with mud, and there's a chance that bears and other wildlife is going to be out there. And when you're dealing with less than ideal trail conditions and wildlife, that can make for a very unfun day, especially because with wildlife near a trail, you're going to have to move around. That could mean going through a patch of snow that you're just post-holing in, through a bog where it's super muddy or anything. So head out there, be smart, be safe, carry bear spray, have it readily accessible, not in a backpack, and know how to use it. That brings me to my trek of the week. So the Yellowstone River Overlook Trail at the Yellowstone River Picnic Area is what I'm recommending this week, mainly because it's going to be mostly dry, it's going to be easy to hike on, and it's super scenic and awesome with some good wildlife potential and amazing scenery. So this is located just across the brand new bridge over the Yellowstone River, and as you're headed toward Lamar. The area is minimally signed, and the picnic area is home to one of the most underrated hikes in Yellowstone National Park. This is one of my most frequented trails in the park, this and Hell Roaring probably. No matter what the season, I like to go to this. I'm recommending it this week for two reasons. One is the hike is snow-free. The other is that it's short and relatively easy, and one that never disappoints. It's best known for showcasing the unique geology and sweeping views of the canyon, river, and mountains of the Northern Range, making it kind of the perfect half-day jaunt. Not only will the views just absolutely wow you, but you may see bison, bighorn sheep, eagles, migratory birds, pronghorn, who knows. The only real difficulty right now for this trail is the start. And that's because the picnic area is currently closed. You may be able to park at the pullouts nearby and hike up the trail, but that privilege could be ending any day, especially once the construction crews return to finish the picnic area remodel. So if the pullouts nearby are closed, you'll have to hike this trail from the Specimen Ridge Trail west trailhead. That's just a mile or so east of the picnic area. To do this version of the hike, you'll follow the Specimen Ridge Trail to the junction, which is about a mile in distance. Please be aware that large herds of bison often frequent the first 3/4 of a mile of this trail, the Specimen Ridge Trail west, and that's going to require you to walk far around them, off trail, sometimes uphill. If this isn't something you're comfortable with, do not attempt it. From the junction, turn right and follow the canyon rim as far as you wish. Make sure you wander around here and take in the views. The side of the Yellowstone River from this trail is truly gorgeous. Once you're at the ridge, I say go at least to the bend of the river by Bumpus Butte, which is about 1.2 miles from the region. The path here isn't complicated, and right now the main source of having to do any sort of a detour is going to be because of mud, bison, or bighorn sheep. Stay on the canyon rim when you're hiking, and you're going to recognize Bumpus Butte that I mentioned because there's going to be steam coming off the base, and it's directly across from Calcite Springs, a popular place as you're headed up toward Tower. This is usually where I recommend people turn around, as it gets pretty all the way to the picnic area, but if you do this, you're fine. Just sit and enjoy the views. There's some rocks by that Bumpus Butte area, and I usually have lunch there. I watch animals. The marmots are going to start coming out any day. There's little wildflowers that are popping out. There's birds flying overhead, and it's honestly like right now, I love this trail. I love little gems of this that not everybody does. All right, that is the end of this week's episode. In the next episode, I'm going to return with all the information you need to have a good week in the park, including the wildlife, weather, and trail updates. Until then, book a tour with me, pick up a guidebook of mine, and happy trails. Abrupt ending. This Week in Yellowstone is brought to you by the Outdoor Society. That's my company. It's just me. I do this. It's a labor of love. If you like it, tell your friends, rate and review it, shoot me a message. Otherwise, keep listening, and I hope to see you in Yellowstone. Copyright 2026, baby!
For Yellowstone National Park and the Acoustic Atlas at Montana State University, this is Telemetry. I'm Jennifer Jarrett. When I say top predator of Yellowstone, what's the first thing that pops into your mind? Well, Vincent Spagnuolo has another idea.
They're basically the wolves of the aquatic ecosystem here.
Vincent is a loon biologist with BRI, the Biodiversity Research Institute. He heads up BRI's Common Loon Project in Yellowstone National Park.
They are top predators, and they own that lake.
But in spite of their top predator status, Yellowstone's loons are in trouble. There are only about a dozen breeding pairs left in the park, and they're really isolated. The closest other loons are more than 200 miles away. This is Vincent Spagnuolo again, along with Dave Evers, the founder and executive director of BRI.
And so these are the only loons here, and they're basically on an island. We don't believe there's any immigration or emigration with this population, and that can be an issue where you have a small population with no chance of rescue from the rest of the species range.
And it could blink out. And it blinks out, we know it's not going to be recolonized for a long, long time.
If you want to keep a population from blinking out, if you want to preserve it, first you have to understand what's going on with it. Scientists are investigating what might be happening with the Yellowstone loons, and capture and banding is one way they're gathering those data. But catching a loon is not easy.
They are powerful, powerful birds. And yeah, when we get them in hand, we feel that we get beat up pretty good.
In fact, getting a loon in hand is so tricky that in the early days of loon research, just the thought of a reliable capture technique was pretty inconceivable. Biologists basically surrendered to the idea that they'd be outmaneuvered by the birds.
35 years ago, all of the working loon biologists in North America that I knew, and there weren't many then, knew that you couldn't capture a loon and band it.
Jeff Fair has been on the leading edge of loon science for more than 40 years, and he's worked with Dave Evers since the beginning.
And a few years later, this ignorant grad student by the name of Dave Evers developed a way to capture and band loons.
And the trick was to go after breeding pairs at night.
The night capture is a method that really works with the birds. We're not chasing the birds. If we try to chase the loons anyways, we'd never catch them.
Dave Evers' nighttime technique works because it lets the loons approach the researchers instead of the other way around. Researchers use a spotlight to shine a beam of light on the water that they can kind of hide behind. Then they mimic chick calls. Loon parents are super protective, so they approach to find out what's going on, and if all goes well, the scientists have caught their loon. I went out on a night capture attempt with Vincent and his team here in Yellowstone. And as I was about to learn, it's not just the loons that are tough.
You have the battery in your pack, and that's it? I have the battery in my stuff. Okay.
The car battery?
Yeah.
These guys were packing in a car battery. They use that to run the spotlight. If you've ever swapped out the battery in your car, you know how heavy those things are. And they had nets and all the sampling equipment. Oh, and they were carrying a canoe. Seriously, they had a canoe. And they hiked all that stuff into the backcountry for like 3 or 4 miles. And there were hills and bugs and even a couple of creek crossings. And the best part, the BRI folks were totally upbeat about it all.
Comes back the next night. Next says to the bartender, "Hey bartender, you got any nails?"
Walk 500 miles and I would walk 500 more.
We hiked to Yellowstone's Wolf Lake. The team was trying to recapture the female from that territory. They had banded her last year.
One bird's banded, one's not. We're going after the banded bird.
How important is it that you get it?
It's critical. We don't know where this population winters yet.
Like a lot of birds, loons are migratory. So during the spring and the summer, the Yellowstone loons breed and raise chicks in the park, but then they winter somewhere else. Scientists can keep tabs on the birds while they're in Yellowstone, address any of the big threats that they face here, like human disturbance or habitat changes. But that's only half the picture.
And we put a small device called a geolocator on one of its leg bands.
That's so they could track her.
And getting that device back, we can download data that will tell us where this bird wintered. We'll know what kind of threats they face on the wintering grounds, and that's a key piece to the conservation of this population.
Not to overstate things, but let's just say that they really wanted to get that geolocator back. Oh, and just to kind of up the ante a little bit, the team was 0-3 in their capture attempts in the park so far this year.
Y'all ready?
Yeah. Stay on them.
They missed it. The male from that pair spooked and made that sound. It's called a tremolo. And that made it really difficult to try to catch the female and that geolocator.
Coming back to you, Jeff. Easy girl. Easy girl. I know. All right.
Once a bird is captured, the team does a workup. Dave Evers walks us through the steps.
So when we catch a loon, we want to be fairly speedy and efficient with our time because we want to get that bird back in the water.
She's a little kicky.
Ouch. I think you guys are going to owe me a rain jacket.
So we go through this sort of process of measuring the bird in many different ways. We want to get the weight of the bird. We want to measure the bill.
Okay, bill width
is
12.5.
Once we get the measurements, we want to take some tissue samples, so blood and feather. Blood's used for a lot of different reasons. We can look at contaminant analysis like mercury and lead. We can also look at different diseases and parasites, the overall health of the bird.
All right, I'm done.
God, you're good at that.
So a little vacuum container of loon blood, of 5 cc's of blood, can really tell us this world of what's happening for that loon.
All right, I'm going to grab this wing.
The feather that we grab, we usually cut the feather, and that feather tells us from a mercury standpoint how much mercury has been in that bird's body over its lifetime. And then we put bands in their legs.
I'm putting the geolocator in my pocket. Probably the safest place for it.
Considering your wedding ring?
Oh man, don't remind me.
There's 2 different banding schemes. One has a band number that fits into the federal bird banding lab. And then we have a color banding scheme. It's a unique color banding combination that only that individual would have.
It was green stripe over white.
So that way we can look at that individual loon remotely from the shore with a spotting scope a year, 2, or 10 years later. And that's our way of tracking these birds over time.
All of this took less than 20 minutes. And then?
It's a loon capture.
Yeah. That's not easy. That's not like any animal capture I've ever seen.
A little credit where credit is due. One of the things that was so crazy about this capture was the fact that Jeff Fair was able to pilot that canoe in the dark toward a moving bird. Now, Jeff's paddling skills are legendary in the loon world, but he does a good job with team building too.
There's one other job that I have. In fact, it's the major contribution I've made to loon science. And that is that when you do a good job you celebrate.
Oh,
we call it communion.
I love you people.
Just with the loon.
Thanks, y'all.
Pretty terrible.
That is like cough medicine. Wow, thanks for including me in on that. It'd been I totally cried, you guys. I mean, that was just really amazing. See, this is why I'm not in science and I do what I do. Oh my goodness, I can't believe how beautiful that bird was.
Loons are a high-profile species. They sing and they dance, they attract people's attention, and people fall in love with them without ever being a biologist. You fall in love with any species, and you suddenly realize the complexity of the whole natural web of life.
And that we're all caught up together in that web. Loons are one of our more sensitive indicator species, a real canary in a coal mine. We're beginning to understand that threats to loons can be threats to humans, too.
Yeah, it strikes me, just to build on that there's this connectivity that I think that a lot of us are missing with nature, and that we all want clean air and clean water and a high quality of life, and we need nature to provide that.
We're fighting the good fight, and that's for loons, and that's for all species, and for advancing research and knowledge of the natural world. And I think I'll stick with loons for a long time, not just because of the birds, but because of the amazing people that there are. The entire loon world, just really dedicated and amazing people.
And speaking of dedicated and amazing, we still had to hike out with the canoe and the car battery. But this time, we had to do it in the dark.
Okay, ready? Let's do this!
All right.
Milestones go down at your door. Da 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 da.
Yellowstone National Park, I'm Jennifer Jarrett. This podcast is supported in part by the Yellowstone Association, the Yellowstone Park Foundation, and by a generous grant through the Eyes on Yellowstone program. Eyes on Yellowstone is made possible by Canon USA. This program represents the largest corporate donation for wildlife conservation in the park. This is Telemetry. Thanks for listening.
From Yellowstone National Park, this is what we do. I'm Jake Frank.
And I'm Brett Rayburn.
Hi, Brett.
Hey, how's it going?
I am great. How are you?
I'm good. I had a good weekend.
Yeah, that's good to hear. Hey, how are your pipes in your house doing? You like that transition? Have you flushed your toilet today?
My pipes, I think they're good. Do you know something I don't that I don't know?
No, I just wanted to. That was the best transition that I could come up with.
That was terrible. I'm not gonna lie.
So no, what I have a trivia question. I want to ask you.
Okay.
All right. So Yellowstone, we're a big park, 2.2 million acres, 4.5 million people roughly visit the park every year. We have a lot of infrastructure in the park that's hidden to support all that visitation. Part of those systems are water and wastewater systems in the park. So how many combined between the making clean water and then making dirty water clean, if you combine those two systems, how many of those are in the park?
Like pipes?
The number of
systems
of total systems. Yeah. So you don't have to. It's not like miles of pipe or anything.
Okay,
it's just
that's
like
what I was
a complete system, because they're located all throughout the park. So if you were to count the total number, how many are there across the park?
15.
There are 23 wastewater systems and 21 water systems. So a combined 44.
So it wasn't even close.
It's a lot. It's and this is like something that I had no clue about until I started, working with the facilities team to document all of our infrastructure, from like the GOA projects and putting in money to improve our infrastructure. It is unbelievable how much infrastructure there is, and it's all hidden. Like no one sees it, but it's by design. It's all behind the trees and whatnot.
So do we know how many feet of pipe there are in this park? I
don't
really want to know that now.
I have no idea, but maybe our guest today, Jason Murphy, he's the utility systems facility manager for our water and wastewater systems. Do you know that answer?
The exact number off the top of my head, I do
centimeter
not.
to the millimeter.
No, thousands though.
Yeah.
Between water and sewer, it's thousands.
Yeah.
There's over 500 manholes. That one sticks in my head from, from that spec sheet. But
wow.
Yeah.
That is crazy.
That's a lot. Water and sewer.
That's a lot.
Well, speaking of water and wastewater and manholes, how are you today? Another great transition.
It is a very great transition. I am fine.
Yeah. Well, thank you for joining us today.
How are your pipes?
Our pipes are good.
Yeah.
Toilets are flushing.
Great.
That's a win. So, why don't we just kind of dive in? How did you get into the Park Service? Did you start in the Park Service, or did you even before then? Just how'd you get here?
My first Park Service job, I applied as a summer seasonal in 2001, and I was picked up as a wage grade 3 garbage truck operator, and not the driver, but I rode the garbage truck. We had ride-along garbage trucks in Canyon then. We had about 300 of those swinging bear cans, and I rode the garbage truck for that summer, picking up garbage in Canyon.
That seems like a fun job.
It was a very fun job.
So on the outside, you're the one hanging on the outside. That is cool.
Mm-hmm.
That's like the one that all the little kids want to be when they grow up.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. We've taken that away. Now they have mechanical arms that do that, but it was a very fun job.
They always got to ruin all the fun stuff. Yeah. So
can't hang on the back of a truck driving around town.
Yeah.
Anymore.
There's somebody probably got seriously injured, and then So how did you find that job? How did you hear about, how did you even know to apply?
Friends at University of Montana who came down here and worked for YCR as seasonals.
Okay.
And they were like, you should apply for these jobs. And
so are you from the area, or did you go to school here, or?
We were living in Missoula at the time. I grew up in Buffalo, New York, but we had moved out in 98 to Missoula, and just met some folks that, had been coming down and working seasonally for the Park Service. And the housing was a very big draw at that point, that you could get a job that came with housing.
Yeah.
So
in Yellowstone. Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, between hanging off the back of a garbage truck and your current position, there's probably a few jobs in between those two things.
There's a few jobs in between. Yep.
What, you want to walk us through that?
Well, my father was in the utility stuff, so I kind of grew up with some of that, at least in the collections and distribution side of things. So I'd known about it. And then in between that summer season and kind of, still as a seasonal, working for, doing the ski school thing in the winter and then coming back, it was, even back then, it was recruitment and retention for water and wastewater operators was tough. People came and went pretty regularly, even going all the way back into the late 90s. So I kind of saw that there was a way to get in there then. I did then do a little stint for the Department of Defense in Germany, working for the Army for a few years in early 2002 through 2004 or 5 when we came back. And I've been here ever since then. And it was kind of that on-the-job training you could get and do some correspondence courses, grab some certifications, and then get in the door that way. And that was pretty much the easiest way to get a permanent job in Yellowstone.
Yeah. So we've done a handful of these interviews now, and the consistent thing is I think John Cataldo said, move at the speed of opportunity, is that it's just kind of being in a place and being willing to learn some new thing and then take advantage of it. So
I didn't leave.
Yeah. Yes, that is another way. It's just plant your roots. So, so in your current job, so as the utility systems facility manager, do you have a typical day and or a time of year, or what does your job look like?
Well, let's be honest. There hasn't been any quite typical days since June 2023.
What happened then?
There was a flood.
Oh,
Yeah, there was a big flood. Yeah.
Yeah, so been pretty wrapped up in that project, getting the wastewater plant up and running here in Mammoth, which it's been up and running since July of.
Yeah. So
did I get the date mixed up? Was that 22?
22. Yeah. So
yeah.
for folks that don't know, we had a big flood in June of 22 that washed away one of our roads, and in that road was a wastewater line that would take our sewage from Mammoth out to the town of Gardner where it was processed. And then when that line severed, we basically had to build a temporary wastewater facility in Mammoth.
We resurrected a facility from that was last used probably in the late 60s, within a matter of 48 hours after we lost the main line down to Gardner.
It was like a zombie facility.
Yeah.
Came back from the dead.
Mm-hmm. Got a lot of chainsaws and weed whackers out, and thanks to YCC and a bunch of other folks and fire crews for getting some stuff cleaned up, and we were able to utilize some existing infrastructure actually to great success for a while, to keep the community of Mammoth here. And then over the course of that year, I got those dates mixed up. So June 2022 to July 2023, build a biologically processing wastewater treatment facility here in Mammoth.
It's been
that
crazy.
Wasn't on your radar either. It was just like, oh, by the way, I know
Yeah,
you
not
have
on
this
the
to do,
radar.
but this is a new thing that you have to do starting now.
Yeah. And, living in Lower Mammoth, looking down and seeing that thing go up, and just how fast, there's always speed bumps in the road, but I mean, with the government building things like building a wastewater facility in like less than a year isn't a typical timeline.
No.
Yeah. So I'm guessing that's been your primary thing to take care of is here in
being on site. There's a few other folks like Molly, our park civil engineer, who's very critical in getting that up and running. We've got great support from Denver Service Center, and then the contractors and stuff that stepped up to get it all going.
So with, all of the things that you're mentioning, is there like a skill set that you have that you found that has like kind of allowed you to be the most successful in your position?
I feel like I'm pretty adaptable, flexible, kind of got to roll with the punches. And you need to be creative and use what you have around you. Like I said, there's some folks here who have been here for a while. So when the flood happened, we reached out to a few people that have been here for a while, and they were like, if you do this, and you got to have a good network of people to get all that information across and then implement. So being able to strategize quickly and then implement that plan. And that's kind of the general thing with utilities is stuff's going to happen and you're going to need to figure it out kind of on the fly. And you don't always have those parts on the shelf, or even whatever it is. If it's a water main break or something like that, you've got to really be able to react quickly, but yet systematically and approach to keep everyone safe and to get the job done.
Yeah, it's one of those things too that's like everyone's looking at you, waiting for you to figure it out too, because they're like just holding their pee over there, waiting to use the toilets again. Like,
Yep.
It's a high stress.
I think situation. The park had a great team response too from the whole flood. That I don't think anyone was holding it too much.
I had my wag bags ready.
Yeah, right. You bust out the groover. We're going on a rap trip. But no, that's pretty much it. And then generally work a lot with outside partners, EPA, rural water associations for both Montana and Wyoming. Wyoming DEQ, this position here, and with Molly and the civil engineer for the park, we work a lot with Denver Service Center, and it is kind of that kind of position where you're balancing between the regulatory agencies. Wyoming is the only state in the nation that did not take primacy over drinking water, so we get the fun of we work with EPA for drinking water Region 8, and then Wyoming DEQ for wastewater. But yeah, and Wyoming DEQ also has everything to do with construction and permitting and things like that. So,
well, that's also the benefit. But the majority of our infrastructure is in Wyoming, right? Like we do have a little bit like that does bleed into Montana, but the majority of it's Wyoming. So, do you have a favorite part of the job? Like what do you wake up and enjoy doing? You know,
I like pumping sludge.
Yeah,
that's kind of like my favorite part of when I get out of the office or those kind of things. Pumping sludge is very rewarding.
Do you put that on like the calendar on the days that you get to do
We're
it?
doing
It's just
it a
like
lot
pumping
more
sludge.
than we ever have now with this new treatment facility. So,
It's gonna be a good
it's
day.
the closure of the wastewater loop. So
where does the sludge go?
Right now, it's going to the compost facility at the landfill in Logan.
Okay.
And they'll use it. They use it in the landfill. They mix it with wood chips, and most of the municipal wastewater treatment facilities in the area, Livingston, Bozeman, even Three Forks, and some of the other ones, they all use the compost facility too. So they use it in the as they layer things in, and when they close cells and in between intermediate stuff in the cells, they put that layer of that material. They mix it with wood chips and other things like that.
So if pumping sludge is your favorite part of the job, what is your least favorite part of the job?
That's a loaded question.
What are some of the challenges that you face in your job?
That's a better way to ask.
Yeah.
I think right now recruitment and retention is definitely a challenge. Finding certified operators nationwide is a challenge. I think through that whatever happened a couple of years ago, we don't want to talk about the pandemic, but
yeah,
we did lose a lot of that knowledge base and some of those older operators, and we're struggling as a profession nationwide from coast to coast.
Well, and you mentioned it even in your, when you were at Canyon doing garbage, that you noticed that it was hard to recruit and retain people back then. Is that just like, does anybody have an idea as to why that is? Is that just like the hazards of the profession, or is it like?
Yeah, and I think, it seemed kind of clear back then that, people with families, being someone who's experienced that, staying in the interior of the park and that remote duty station is difficult.
No pun intended.
No pun. Yeah. DOODI. That's just a struggle, even when we had children, and that was kind of my exodus from the interior after being out there for 8-9 years was, you want to be home, and that makes it difficult.
Can you kind of go into why? Like, what are some of those difficult things that you have to
school?
Yeah. I mean, what does that look like, getting your kids to school?
We didn't.
Or homeschooling.
Yeah, that was not an option.
Yeah.
I could see like kindergarten, we could do blocks and, music and all the fun stuff. But no.
Teach me trigonometry.
My wife worked for the park for years, for 20 years, homeschooled. Yeah. So we decided not to do that. She was here in Mammoth at the time. And I was able to come into Mammoth and work out of the plumbing shop for about 10 years, doing some HVAC stuff and just all kind of project work and things like that before this position came up.
So now that you're, in your facility manager position, and I'm guessing you supervise a handful of people, with all those challenges and trying to recruit and retain people, I mean, why do you stay here? What keeps you with the National Park Service?
Well, I've always loved being here. I feel like that's, as far as recruitment goes, when you're looking for people who want to be here, you want wherever they are, whatever job it is. If you're in, Michigan or Florida or North Carolina, I would think anybody who you're recruiting for any job, you want the person to want to be where they're at least at that time. So I've always wanted to be here. I was in love with the park. Be honest, I was in love with the skiing in the park for a long, long time. I still am, but you just don't have that kind of time.
I was going to say, that
anymore.
sounds past tense.
Well, life, adulting,
kids,
there's adulting. So yeah. And just the idea of, and I always thought this, it might sound a little cliche, but you get to do some of that mission statement stuff, the stewardship model. Take Canyon Wastewater Treatment Plant, for example. It's the only treatment plant in the park that discharges directly into the Yellowstone River. So I always thought, even going back to 20 years ago, that you had a part of that kind of responsibility and stewardship. And plus you're doing a little bit of science. There's some science to it. And I just thought that was the best part of working in the park. And you can only, I was never going to be in REYP or anything like that. So it was just, for me, it was part of that. You could see that in the mission.
Yeah. Well,
relate to it.
And, 2001 is when you said you got your first job here.
Mm-hmm.
Is there, between then and now, has there been some point in your career that you kind of identified as like a turning point or a defining moment that you're just like really stands out to you?
I think there's a lot, and not to talk, the flood was definitely one last 2 summers ago now. I think a defining moment was, getting that first permanent job, because that was a roller coaster. And then even progressing up and moving from the interior to Mammoth. That was a big deal.
And that, because that's like the whole, everything other than work. It is improved by being up here, not the logistics of with your kids and, things like that.
Yeah. That was when the skiing stopped.
Yeah. So I guess in some ways improved and in some ways,
fun, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I do get that. And that's a cutting edge. It cuts both ways. Like, it's super fun to be in the interior in the winter. You have access to all this stuff, but then on the flip side of the coin, you got to get on the snowmobile and drive to the store. So you know,
I think it's important though that we make sure that people know that the interior life in the winter is not, it's manageable. You know, if you don't make a grocery list now, if you come and you work in the interior, you might want to start working on your grocery list.
You can't forget eggs.
You can't forget. There's just a little bit, there's another level of logistics, and organization that goes to it. But I loved it. And that was a hard part of moving.
Yeah.
I kind of felt like I was abandoning something that, I really wanted. I always wanted, even when we were in Germany working, I was always like, oh, okay, this is great.
Yeah.
Europe, we're traveling.
Eating schnitzel.
Yeah. We get to go to Croatia on our day on our trips or wherever it was. But I was always like, all right. And then the supervisor at the time, he would call my mom. Be like, is he coming back? No, he's not coming back yet. And so when we decided to pull the plug, it was just a phone call. It was like, okay, I'm ready. Come back. And they welcomed us back here with open arms and a lot of mosquito bites. Mary went down to the south entrance. There's not a lot of mosquitoes in Germany. That was the one.
Yeah. Not a lot of bugs in general, probably.
So, we're mentioning like recruitment, retention, finding the right kind of person. So say that there are people listening right now that are interested in this type of career. If they were to try to find this job on USA Jobs, what are they looking for? Like, is there a job series for like that you're hiring for, or typically that,
we typically were hiring for its utility systems repairer and operator. I believe the series is 4742.
Okay.
And we do hire. We have some higher graded positions that are open right now that would come with, being more certified at the beginning, but more and more we're opening positions that are entry level positions. We hope to do, in this recruitment push, we hope to do some other things. I don't want to, say things and never be able to implement them. So
yeah, this is recorded. So then
right,
it's like, no, you said you would do this.
Hey, gap is huge in this one.
Yeah.
But I think we want to get creative and work and talking to Wyoming Rural Water last Friday, and just reach out and try to come together with other organizations that are having the same problem and try to just pull together and work through this. Cause this is a nationwide kind of thing for us. In this field.
And it's one of those things, it's one of those professions that no one notices it until something isn't going right.
Mm-hmm.
And when it is going wrong, it's really bad.
Right.
Like it's like an emergency type of a thing. So yeah, do you have any advice for people, like if they wanted to get started in this, you know, like if they have their certifications and everything, it sounds like they would just apply for a job. But
Correct.
if somebody is brand new, like what do they start with?
I think you could start with, you know, like this is going to get edited. Even that quick Googling, like Water Environmental Federation or American Water Works Association, starting with that, I feel like a lot of things just start with that basic research, and then reach out. Every community has people that do this.
Everyone has wastewater.
Everyone has water and wastewater, you know, and I'm sure you've noticed somewhere driving around your town, you've seen somebody in a truck, Department of Public Works truck. Yellowstone is has municipal features. We operate, we plow roads, we make water, we do wastewater. I would encourage people to start there. Go to a water and wastewater district board meeting, meet people, get in that way with your local folks. There's a lot of people right now nationwide trying to start intern programs or apprenticeship programs or things like that. I would be really surprised if your local high school biology teacher or doesn't have or knows some way to get a hold of somebody in your community that knows the water and wastewater guy or gal.
Yeah. And going on a tour, like I went on a tour of a wastewater treatment plant, and it was like fascinating. Like I didn't really know what I was getting into, but it was like, I want to know more about how this actually, do you have like a really nutshell presentation of how that process works?
Yeah, it all depends on
fascinating.
On the treatment facility, right? Or whatever, if it's for wastewater, if it's a biological or a mechanical treatment facility, water, what the source is it groundwater, is it surface water, those kind of things.
So pick one, and like it sounds like we have all the flavors in Yellowstone.
That's kind of an interesting.
Yeah. So
way
if you were to say,
it.
what's the most complicated one? What's the wastewater facility here that's giving you the hardest time, and like kind of explaining?
Well, I think we deal with some of the aged infrastructure that gives us a harder time. I think some of the ideas behind, you know, you turn it off and you turn it on every year, that wears on a system more than the thought of maybe, well, you only use it 6 months out of the year, it should last double the time.
Yeah.
No. You know, and just in the learning of bringing this facility here in Mammoth online, it's a more modern treatment process than we have anywhere in the park service. You know, Teton, we went down to Teton. Patrick Larson down at Teton has an MBR there at Moose that they've had probably maybe inside 10 years. We went down there and we talked to him and we learned about some of that. And I think what was good for us is we had that Great American Outdoors Act push already going. So we had a lot of this stuff we had a year under our belts of planning for building Old Faithful and Grant Village and Canyon. So we had some of that experience with the engineering firms already to kick this off the ground.
And one of the things I learned, you know, going out with you guys is when you said aging infrastructure, a lot of our facilities were put in like 40 plus years ago, right? And what's the average lifespan of a facility?
Well, I think that the average lifespan of a facility is if it was maintained. And we've struggled with that for a whole host of reasons. But I struggle with the idea of putting a number on it.
Gotcha.
You know, like I don't want to say, you know, it's going to last for 50 years. It's going to last as long as we need it to last if we take care of it.
Yeah.
We're lucky here. We're not in a situation like a municipality that's going to put in another 15,000 homes. So we can cap our capacity for the most part. So we don't need to worry about having another 1 million gallons of capacity when we might do some lodging updates and infrastructure stuff like that, but we're not going to have those same issues like a municipality, like a Bozeman or a somewhere else.
But even like, so if these facilities were put in 40 or 50 years ago, visitation was much lower, and were the facilities kind of built that there was room to grow them, or are we kind of now?
We run everything, even from my time here, everything that's on when it's on. I always go back to the campgrounds were full in 2001 when I showed up, and the lodging was full in 2001 when I got here, right? Like, those plants were operating the same way then as they are now. They're on max, 14 hours a day or 24 hours a day. They're running at that capacity that they were designed. Right?
Gotcha. Well, yeah, admittedly. So this is an anecdote that I like to say. When I was a little kid, you'd always drive by the wastewater plant and you'd get the smell. And my mom's like, "Oh, that's the wastewater plant." And in my mind, I thought it was like the pipes dumped into like a plant with like leaves. And there was like a plant that just like ate
absorbed
all of the waste. And I was like, wow, that's a really cool plant. Like just like trees, they take the carbon dioxide out of the air.
Well, plants don't like tomato plants grow out of the sludge because we can't like process tomato seeds or something? Or am I just like, did I dream? That's a weird dream to have.
I think I've heard something along those lines. But I mean, wetland treatments is a very real process.
Yeah.
I mean, so it's not far off.
Thank you for not making me feel so
silly.
No.
He's winking at us. You guys can't see it, but he's like, we'll make Jake feel better.
Yeah. So the last question we like to ask everybody before they go is, do you have like a favorite story or memory in Yellowstone or some other national park that's just like a fun thing to share with our listeners?
I just think I was really lucky for the better part of 12 years to have my family here, raise my kids here in the park, and just have that experience. I feel blessed to have gotten to where I'm at today, and I look forward to, taking the challenges head on and getting to where we're going to go tomorrow. And then all those great powder days at Canyon over the course of 9 winters are always in the back of my head.
Do you think your kids like fully grasp the fact that they grew up in like that's not normal to get to grow up in Yellowstone?
Yeah, I think I do actually.
Cool.
Yeah, I think they do. As much as a teenager can grasp.
Yeah, I mean,
she didn't have a phone then, so yeah.
Those are those like icebreaker things that I think they can be like, I grew up in Yellowstone,
Yeah.
Good story.
Well, thank you so much for taking the time and to talking about water and wastewater with us. It's one of those things that getting to go out with you guys and your team and seeing what you do, it's really very interesting. Also, I think everyone in Mammoth and the hotels and everybody that's here, the fact that we can even be here because you guys got that facility up and running as fast as you did. We really appreciate that as well.
Appreciate that. Thank you. It took a lot of people.
Well, that's it for this week's episode of What We Do. Thanks again to our guest, Jason Murphy. If you like what we do, rate and review the show wherever you listen, because every positive review helps new listeners find the show. If you have questions or you want to learn more about a particular job, contact us using the form at go.nps.gov/whatwedo. Thanks for listening.
Yellowstone is a long dormant but restless volcanic system. Lots of earthquakes, significant ground deformation, magmatic gas emissions, heat emissions. This geologic restlessness, which at almost any other volcano would be alarming, this is the norm. That's just Yellowstone being Yellowstone.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to another episode of Eyes on Earth, a podcast produced at the USGS Aero Center. Our podcast focuses on our ever-changing planet and on the people at Aeros and around the globe who use remote sensing to monitor the health of Earth. My name is Jane Lawson, and I'll be hosting today's episode, where we're talking about the use of thermal remote sensing in the Yellowstone National Park area and other science benefits of thermal remote sensing. Greg Vaughn with the USGS is the remote sensing lead for the Yellowstone Volcano Observatory and research geologist for the Astrogeology Science Center. Greg uses nighttime thermal views from both the Landsat TIRS sensor and Terra's Aster sensor to monitor for changes in temperature at thermal features in the Yellowstone National Park. Greg is here today to tell us more about his work and why it's important. And then we'll hear more about Landsat's thermal uses from Terry Soule, Head of Science at AROS. To begin, welcome, Greg, to Eyes on Earth.
Hi, thank you for having me.
Just to be clear, you don't work for the National Park Service, but rather the USGS Yellowstone Volcano Observatory. What does the observatory do, and what does your role involve?
Yes, that's right. I work very closely with the National Park Service, but I work for the USGS Yellowstone Volcano Observatory, and my duty station is at the Astrogeology Science Center in Flagstaff. The USGS has 5 volcano observatories that are tasked with monitoring the approximately 170 active or potentially active volcanoes in the U.S. and in U.S. territories. The Yellowstone Volcano Observatory monitors the Yellowstone magmatic and hydrothermal system. Yellowstone is a virtual observatory. There is no physical central office location. We have people located in many different places. YVO is a consortium of 9 different organizations, including the state geological surveys of the 3 states that Yellowstone touches, Montana, Wyoming, and Idaho. We have partners at Montana State University, University of Wyoming, University of Utah, EarthScope, and of course the National Park Service and the USGS. Additionally, the USGS arm of YVO is also responsible for monitoring and reporting on any volcanic activity in the Intermountain West. For example, if there were ever renewed volcanic activity or unrest at one of the 4 corner states. But obviously the main focus of YVO is to provide monitoring and hazard assessment of the volcanic hydrothermal system in Yellowstone and earthquake activity in the Yellowstone region. And we conduct research on volcano monitoring methods and techniques and fundamental scientific research just to better understand the volcanic and hydrothermal system in the Yellowstone region. In my job, in addition to spending a lot of time looking at Yellowstone, I also support other volcano observatories. If there's ever any activity at volcanoes in Hawaii or Alaska, I also will look at data to help support monitoring efforts at those volcanoes as well. My role as the remote sensing lead at YVO is to conduct scientific research using remote sensing tools, and specifically in the area of mapping, measuring, and monitoring Yellowstone's thermal areas. And secondly, should there ever be an event that we need to respond to, I help facilitate use of remote sensing data and share remote sensing data products and interpretations that will aid in event response. But my day-to-day task is to use various remote sensing tools to characterize and monitor Yellowstone's thermal areas. And I can add that there are multiple remote sensing data sets that I use. I use the Landsat 8 and 9 thermal infrared data, also thermal infrared data from the Aster instrument. I'm particularly interested in data acquired at night. I also use high-resolution visible near-infrared commercial satellite data and high-resolution visible and near-infrared data acquired from aircraft, such as from the NAPE program. That's the National Agriculture Imagery Program. I use data from that program, which are also available from AROS. And over the years, the National Park Service has conducted airborne thermal imaging surveys, and recently they've started to use drones to acquire some remote sensing data over specific areas in the park.
Can you give us a little background about the hot water at Yellowstone National Park? How does it get hot and then come to the surface?
Yeah, so beneath Yellowstone, there is a large reservoir of magma that is still very hot. No magma has worked its way up to the surface in about 70,000 years, but it's still hot down there. There's still a magma reservoir down there, and it's continually being fed by heat from below, this hot spot deep in the mantle. And don't think of this magma reservoir as a big ball of liquid rock sitting down there. It's more like a crystal mush, a hot crystal mush that's really about 85% solid with only about 15% melt. And those melt zones sort of exist as little isolated lenses within this rigid but very hot magma reservoir. And it sits about 5 or 10 kilometers down there. And it's the heat source for this big hydrothermal system. It's what heats up the rocks at depth and drives this hydrothermal system. So rainwater and snowmelt infiltrate into the ground, and they percolate deep down into the groundwater system. And this cold groundwater circulates down, and it gets heated up by the magma reservoir and the hot rocks that the magma heats up to pretty high temperatures. And this heated water also picks up some chemicals from the rocks that it reacts with at depth. It also mixes with some magmatic gases that are venting from the magma reservoir, and this hydrothermal fluid rises buoyantly back up to the surface. Now, if the hot water reaches the surface, we see it as hydrothermal features like hot springs and geysers. And as the hot fluid emerges at the surface, it cools, and some of the minerals that it has dissolved into it, like silica, it has a lot of silica dissolved into it, picked up from the rocks below, it precipitates out, and you get these silica center deposits and silica mounds around geysers.
We're familiar with the fact that Old Faithful is a geyser. What are the other types of hotspots that you see at Yellowstone?
So Yellowstone contains the world's largest concentration of thermal features. There are hot springs, geysers, mud pots, and gas vents, which are also called fumaroles. And there are more than 10,000 of them scattered throughout the park, spread out over a pretty huge area. Now, geysers are a special type of hot spring where there is a constriction in the underground plumbing system that allows pressure to build, and sporadically it gets released in an eruption of hot water and steam. And so these hot springs and geysers are the places where the hot water up to boiling temperatures makes it up to the surface. And by the way, there are only about 1,000 geysers on Earth. Half of them are in Yellowstone, which is pretty amazing. And also, geysers like Old Faithful that erupt on a sort of a regular, sort of predictable schedule, those are pretty rare. Most geysers erupt episodically. It's the ones that erupt regularly that are kind of unique. In other places in Yellowstone, usually higher elevation areas, the hot water that's coming up boils deeper underground before it reaches the surface. And so it's just the gas phases that get separated from the liquid at depth that work their way up to the surface. And these hot gases, mostly water vapor, also have a lot of carbon dioxide and hydrogen sulfide, that stinky rotten egg smelling gas. These gases tend to be acidic, and they react with the rocks below, altering the minerals in the rock. It really beats up the rock and breaks them down into clay minerals. So at the surface, where you have these gases making it up to the surface, if there's a little bit of water there, you get mud pots, these boiling mud pots. And if it's more dry, you tend to get these gas vents, which we call fumaroles. And these are all generally very hot, boiling temperatures at the surface. And sometimes you see bright yellow sulfur crystals forming around these fumarole vents.
Do you mind explaining a little more about thermal imaging so people who might not be as familiar?
I use available thermal infrared remote sensing data sets to assess and update thermal area maps in the park and identify changes to thermal areas. I also use these data to make thermal anomaly maps and identify differences in heat output within and between different thermal areas. And I also use these data to quantify the radiant geothermal heat output from different thermal areas for the entire region and how it changes with time. And by the way, the total radiant geothermal heat output of Yellowstone from all the thermal areas combined ranges from about 2 to 3 gigawatts. And that's been pretty consistent over the last decade.
Do you want to tell us why Landsat is good for looking at these kind of features and how it's important to your work?
Yeah, sure. So how do we take the temperature of Yellowstone, right? So one way to take the temperature of Yellowstone's thermal features is just to walk up to a feature and stick a temperature sensor in it, like a thermometer or a thermocouple. But like I said before, there are thousands of these thermal features that are spread out over a large, mostly inaccessible area. So it's not really feasible, nor would it be very attractive to have little temperature sensors and data loggers stuck into every single one of these thermal features out there. Fortunately, there is another way, thermal infrared remote sensing. So every object that has a temperature emits energy into its surroundings in the form of electromagnetic radiation. And the characteristics of this emitted radiation are primarily a function of the object's temperature. And this dependence on temperature can be described mathematically and is used to estimate the temperature of objects remotely. And without realizing it, we've all kind of observed this before, this phenomenon. If something is hot enough, like an active lava flow or an electric stovetop, it glows with light that we can see with our eyes. This is called incandescence. But if the temperature is lower, like it's not hot enough to glow with visible light, it can still be hot enough to burn you. If you've ever held your hand over a stove that's cooling off, you can feel the heat with your hand, even though you can't see it glowing anymore. You can tell with your hand that it's still warm enough to burn you, so you know not to touch it. And that's because at those high temperatures, it's still emitting light, but it's not emitting visible light. It's emitting light in the infrared region of the electromagnetic spectrum. And so a pot of boiling water or a hot spring in Yellowstone is also glowing, but it's glowing in the thermal infrared region of the spectrum. We can't see it, but we can feel the heat with our hand. And even though we can't see thermal infrared radiation with our eyes, we can build instruments that can see it, like thermal infrared cameras. And these instruments act as extensions of our eyes and allow us to see the world in a new light, literally. And we have handheld thermal infrared cameras, and we can build thermal infrared sensors that we can put on aircraft and spacecraft. And using those technologies is how we can measure the temperature of the surface remotely. There are a number of satellite instruments in orbit that measure emitted radiance in the thermal infrared. Many of these instruments are looking at very large areas, and they have really big pixels, 1 kilometer pixels, 750 meter, maybe half kilometer pixels. And these instruments produce images that cover very large areas, and they're really great at measuring the surface temperatures over these very large areas and or very hot things like fires and lava flows. In places like Yellowstone and hydrothermal systems at other volcanoes, thermal areas can be small and isolated, and at most, they're boiling at the surface. And the amount of heat being emitted from the surface is pretty subtle by comparison to something like a fire or a lava flow. And so they're much more difficult to detect and characterize. So instruments with higher spatial resolution thermal infrared channels are really needed. Landsat 4's thematic mapper instrument, which was launched in 1982, was the first, I think, moderate spatial resolution thermal infrared imager in orbit. And it had one channel measuring thermal infrared radiance with 120 meter pixels. So about an order of magnitude finer detail than some of the other satellite thermal infrared sensors that were available. And then a couple of years later, it was followed by the nearly identical Landsat 5 thematic mapper instrument. And so one of the things that I've done is I've gone through the Landsat archives and I've looked. The first several thermal infrared images acquired over Yellowstone were cloudy. But on May 8th, 1984, this was the first clear thermal infrared image that was acquired. And then on January 6th in 1985 was the first clear nighttime thermal infrared image that was acquired. And in both images, you can really clearly see thermal emission from many of the larger thermal areas in Yellowstone. And so that's where it all kind of started. Then in 1999, 2 new thermal infrared satellite instruments were launched. The Enhanced Thematic Mapper Plus on Landsat 7, which had 1 thermal infrared channel measuring radiance with 60 meter pixels, and Aster on the Terra satellite was also launched in 99, and it had 5 thermal infrared channels measuring radiance with 90 meter pixels. Aster was actually the first multi-channel thermal infrared satellite sensor designed, at least in part, with volcano monitoring in mind. And today there are a handful of thermal infrared satellite sensors with this moderate spatial resolution, soccer field sized pixels, including Aster and the thermal infrared sensors on Landsat 8 and Landsat 9. And there's also an instrument on the International Space Station called EcoStress, which is another multi-channel thermal infrared sensor. So these soccer field sized thermal infrared pixels can see a lot. Most of Yellowstone's thermal areas, even the ones that are not that big and not that hot, are detectable, especially using data acquired at night and in the winter. And this is when we have the greatest thermal contrast between thermal areas and the cold background. So I tend to focus on the use of thermal data acquired at night and in the winter. And this is why I love Landsat 8 and 9 so much. These instruments acquire data regularly, not just during the day, but they can also be tasked to acquire data at night on a regular basis. And this is really critical for my work. And over the years, I've been working with Chris Crawford and the Landsat team to make sure that places like Yellowstone and other volcanic targets are on the list of sites where we can get regular nighttime data acquisitions. And this is amazing. And so the other thing about Landsat 8 and 9 is that the footprint is large enough to cover the entire park in one shot, in one scene. And also the geometric calibration and the geolocation of the pixels for these data sets is really outstanding in its accuracy. And that's really also really important.
So have you found anything surprising or interesting in monitoring the thermal features of Yellowstone with remote sensing?
Well, yes, I have. I was sitting in my office looking at a Landsat 8 nighttime thermal infrared data. It was data that was acquired in April 2017. And I was looking at it and I was comparing previously mapped thermal areas to warm spots that were detected with the Landsat 8 thermal data and matching them up. And I noticed this big blob of bright, warm pixels that didn't really match any previously mapped thermal areas. So I figured, well, maybe it's a lake. Sometimes in the spring when things start to warm up, thawing lakes can look like thermal anomalies because thawed parts look warm at night compared to the still ice-covered, snow-covered places. But no, it wasn't a lake, it was land. And so I looked at some recent high-resolution visible data, and sure enough, it was a pretty good-sized thermal area with bright, hydrothermally altered soil and a bunch of stressed, dead, and dying trees. And I thought, how come nobody noticed this before? Well, it's in the backcountry. It's not near any trails, so it's doubtful that anybody had ever stumbled upon it before. And it was also because it was new. Again, looking at archived data going back to the 90s, this area was a forest, a healthy forest with a thick stand of trees. And it wasn't until the early 2000s that you start seeing stressed and then dying trees and a tree kill area that started to grow and grow. And by the mid-2000s, you started to see a thermal anomaly there. And the area grew to about 8 acres in size. That's about 4 soccer fields. I like to use soccer fields as my unit of area. And so by around 2015, it was the size of about 4 soccer fields or 8 acres. And so I could have found it sooner, but Yellowstone's a big place and it just takes time to investigate all the subtle details and subtle changes that you see in the geothermal system. So as I systematically go through more and more data to assess and update these thermal area maps, I may find more places like this. More newly emerging thermal areas.
It seems exciting.
Yeah, it was really cool.
So just to be clear, the emerging thermal area was killing off the trees. That's why you were seeing
the heat was killing off the trees. And it's not the first or only time that's ever happened. There are a number of other places where there have been large tree kills due to a new thermal area popping up. That's one of the intriguing things about Yellowstone. It's how dynamic the thermal areas are. Thermal areas can heat up, they can cool down, they migrate as fluids find new pathways to the surface, and sometimes new thermal features appear, sometimes quietly and sometimes with a bang. And because Yellowstone is such a dynamic place, it's important to try to figure out what causes these changes, because these changes may be related to other processes, maybe natural seasonal cycles of groundwater recharge, maybe changes in the magmatic volcanic system. They could be related to cycles of ground deformation or swarms of earthquakes, changes in the hydrothermal plumbing system, or they may be related to human activity. So that's one of the reasons we look for changes.
So what intrigues you about Yellowstone? You've worked with it for a while, it sounds like, and still seem to enjoy it.
Yeah, I do enjoy it. Yellowstone is a long dormant but restless volcanic system. It's basically doing everything you expect an active volcano to do except erupt. And it hasn't had a volcanic eruption in about 70,000 years. But it still has lots of earthquakes, significant ground deformation. The ground moves up and down, magmatic gas emissions and heat emissions through this very large geothermal system. And like I said before, it's the largest concentration of geothermal features in the world. And this geologic restlessness, which at almost any other volcano would be alarming, this is the norm for Yellowstone. This is just what Yellowstone does. The hydrothermal system sometimes displays really spectacular changes on a local level, but that's just Yellowstone being Yellowstone. And I find that intriguing and kind of amazing.
Absolutely. Greg, is there anything else our listeners should know or realize about using remote sensing to monitor Yellowstone?
It's pretty easy to find a lot of hype about Yellowstone on the internet. There are a lot of exaggerated claims and misinformation. You don't need to exaggerate Yellowstone to make it sound cool or amazing. It's amazing just as it is. And so the best place to get information about Yellowstone really is the Yellowstone Volcano Observatory website. If you ever have any questions about what's going on at Yellowstone, that's the place to go. That's the place to start.
We'll now hear more insights about Landsat from Terry Soule, who is the head of the Integrated Science and Applications branch at AROS. Terry, what are some other uses people have found for Landsat's thermal data?
One of the most basic is something that touches on a lot of the projects that use Landsat in the building, and that is the use of the thermal data along with the optical to get a good cloud mask So, a lot of our approaches use Landsat data depend on cloud-free pixels. And we don't need cloud-free scenes, but we do need to identify which scenes are contaminated with clouds and which ones are not, both clouds and cloud shadows. And most of the algorithms that can do a really good job of that really rely on simultaneous acquisition of both thermal data and optical data. And that's really what makes Landsat unique. It's the one instrument that allows us to collect thermal and optical at the same time. And it's really critical for us to eliminate those clouds, and that supports a lot of the projects across the building. A good example of that is the National Land Cover Database. And so for the National Land Cover Database, we are looking literally through every cloud-free observation throughout the Landsat archive, going all the way back to 1984. And, having something like Landsat and having an algorithm that's able to identify those cloud-free pixels, which we do, is really vital for that project. And that's something that only Landsat can provide.
And then there are other uses too, right? Like evapotranspiration?
Yeah, so thermal data from Landsat is something that's really critical for helping us to evaluate evapotranspiration and agricultural water use. If you think of the Earth's surface and that balance between the energy that comes in from the sun and the energy that's radiated back out from the land surface, that's really dependent upon a lot of physical factors about what's going on at that land surface interface. And the thermal data is really valuable for characterizing one component of that, and that's water use by plants. And so evapotranspiration, the combination of both evaporation and transpiration from plants is something that has a cooling effect on the local landscape. And so if you think of two areas or two plots of land side by side, one that's dry versus one that's moist and is experiencing both evaporation and transpiration from plants, it's going to be cooler in that area where the wet area on the landscape is. And thermal data from Landsat is really great in terms of helping to identify those thermal balances and the impacts of water use and water availability.
So that brings into the picture things like irrigation, how much water is used with that.
Yeah, so AROS is involved in a project called OpenET, and OpenET, in our partnership with NASA, with the Desert Research Institute, and with several different academic organizations, is a good example of how we can use evapotranspiration and the thermal band to help agricultural producers. So from an agricultural producer perspective, they're interested in having the best bang for the buck in their use of water and having the highest productivity from their agricultural lands. And having evapotranspiration is something that allows them to look at water use. It allows them to know when areas are needing more water for plants that may be stressed. And it also helps them save money. They can look at ET as a product, look at water use by plants, and also know that if they have lands that don't need to be irrigated, they can save a little bit of money. So, it's something that is really valuable from the agricultural community perspective.
So Terry, how valuable would you say Landsat is to our understanding of heat on the Earth's surface then?
It's a unique instrument, and you can recreate Landsat data in aggregate from other systems, collecting optical and thermal from different sensors and trying to, put those observations together to recreate what Landsat provides. But there are two factors that Landsat has that aren't going to be touched by that kind of approach. First of all is just the data quality. Landsat is still the gold standard, both from a calibration perspective, from a radiometric standpoint, and from a geometric standpoint. And that's really valuable from a scientific perspective, particularly if you're trying to identify change over time. Those subtle changes over in time are really captured well by Landsat. But the other component that's really valuable is that simultaneous observation. When you're trying to tie the energy balance for something like ET to what's happening with the optical and the thermal data, you really need those data to be collected, not even minutes apart, but within just a second or two of each other. And that's the big advantage of Landsat, is that simultaneous collection.
Thank you, Greg and Terry, for joining us for this episode of Eyes on Earth, where we have explored the use of thermal remote sensing, especially Landsat data, to monitor Yellowstone National Park's unique features. And thank you to the listeners. Check out our AROS Facebook and X pages to watch for our newest episodes. And you can also subscribe to us on Spotify and Apple Podcasts. This podcast is a product of the U.S. Geological Survey, Department of the Interior.
From Yellowstone National Park, this is What We Do. I'm Miles Barger.
And I'm Ashton Hooker.
Hey, Ashton.
Hey, Miles.
How's it going?
Pretty good. How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty well. Are you ready to record a fire podcast today?
Yes.
Straight fire?
Fire podcast
Straight
coming
fire.
your way.
Because today we're going to talk to John Cataldo, Yellowstone's Fire Management Officer. And before we get started, I have to do a little fire trivia. It's going to be a trite one, but I think it's still interesting. So Yellowstone, record fire, 1988. How many acres of the park burned during those fires?
I know it was massive. I know it was a lot.
It was a lot.
I'm
You
going to
can
say...
round to the nearest 100,000 if you want.
Okay, I was going to say a few 100,000. I'll say 600,000 acres.
You're
up.
a little higher.
I'm getting the up motion.
A little more.
800,000?
That would be the right rounding.
Oh, nice. Wow.
793,880 is the official number I found.
Do you know, like, if we were to compare,
and that's
what's
in
that
Yellowstone.
size?
That's not the full fire.
Like
complex,
what's
correct?
like 800,000 acres compared to?
Gosh, that's a good question. Yellowstone's 2.2-ish million.
Okay.
Which is what states combined? Rhode Island and
it's two Rhode
Islands
and the chain.
So so maybe 2/3 of a Rhode Island. It was 36% of the park. Pretty big.
That's a pretty big fire.
Yeah, pretty big. And that's just inside of Yellowstone. Anyway, there's our trivia. But today, like I said, we're talking to John Cataldo, Fire Management Officer. You ready to dive in?
I'm ready.
All right, good. So in your career, have you always worked for the National Park Service in your career? Or did you start with a different agency in terms of fire?
I started with the National Park Service in 1992, and I've kind of oscillated back and forth between the U.S. Forest Service and the National Park Service, but always a federal agency.
Okay.
Yep.
What was your first job in fire?
My first job in
general?
fire, well, in general, it was actually part of my financial aid package when I was an undergrad at Humboldt State University. I was offered a work study opportunity as part of my financial aid. And I was studying wildlife management at Humboldt State University in Northern California. And my advisor and the department chair was married to the branch chief of wildlife at Redwood National Park. And I was on academic scholarship as well at Humboldt. And he kind of passed my name along to his wife and said, we've got a potential work study student if you're interested in picking them up for some work. And they gave me a key to the office for Redwood National Park and a pile of wildlife observation cards that visitors and employees had filled out. And it was a pile pretty much up to the ceiling. And they gave me a key to the office and let me go in there 10 to 15 hours a week, all during the school year and just at my own pace whenever I could fit it in between classes and whatnot. And that was kind of my very first Park Service job.
Interesting.
Wow.
Yeah.
Huh. So how long after that was it when you first got into fire of some kind?
The very next summer, I was working up in Alaska for the Forest Service in Cordova, which is the last place I ever moved to without checking the Farmer's Almanac for like how much rain or sun it gets or doesn't get. And turns out that Cordova, Alaska gets 169 inches of rain a year. And I was working in fisheries at the time. So I studied wildlife and fisheries in college. And so that was how I got my start in the service, was those sorts of positions. And so working in fisheries, we were outside every day in Cordova. you know, wearing rain gear. And I mean, honestly, after a couple months of that, I was basically pruning. Like it had just been like, you know, you just had been in the shower for 2 months, and they said, "Hey, do you want to go to fire school?" And I just said, "Is it indoors?" And they were like, "Yeah, it's down here in the district office was an old courthouse of some kind." And it was like, yeah, fire school was in the judge's chambers or something in the courthouse. And it was in fact indoors. And I said, "Yeah, I'm your man." And so I took fire school, and of course, the place where it rains that much, you don't get a lot of fires. But it was an exceptionally dry summer there the next year when I returned, and we had a couple of like little fires out on the Copper River Delta, fireworks or something. And I got to go to those. And then the 1994 fire season in the lower 48, which is kind of another benchmark fire season in the lower 48, at least, kicked off in August. And I spent the last 6 or 8 weeks deployed down here on fire crews. They kind of went to each little team on the district up in Alaska, and everyone had to volunteer somebody to go be a firefighter. And I was good at hiking and carrying a big pack and stuff. And they said, "Why don't you go?" I said, "Let's go."
Well, so what did you said you were studying wildlife starting out.
Yeah.
Did you ever envision yourself being in fire? Like what were you kind of working toward before you got the offer of like, hey, you can come indoors and learn how to
like
deal with fire.
Just working towards, a career as a wildlife biologist or a fisheries biologist. I studied both, and I grew up loving it and, loving the outdoors and whatnot. I'm a kid from suburban Long Island, New York, like 20 miles outside the city. And that was my big escape, was going to the woods. And, even if that was running around catching garter snakes under garbage on the side of some parkway on Long Island, which is honestly how you start in wildlife management.
Wow, beautiful,
If you're
yes.
a little suburban Long Island kid, there's not a lot of open wild spaces or places to get away from the crowds. So the woods kind of became my retreat when I was young, and just got out the book of colleges, when you're in high school, and it's like the size of a phone book, and it's every college in the country and all the programs they offer, and picked 3 or 4 of the top wildlife management programs. And one of them happened to be 4 hours from where my brother lived in Oregon. And
nice.
Ended up at Humboldt.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
So when you finally did get into fire, what was it that kept you there?
I've always been into, played a lot of sports growing up. So I like being really physical. And honestly, probably statistics and organic chemistry pushed me towards firefighting, because to kind of take the next step in wildlife and fisheries, it was going to be really heavy. And, you kind of get to that point in your education where it's like, I don't know if I'm ready to take the next step.
I think organic chemistry is that line for quite a few people.
Yeah, it kind of weeds people out, huh?
Yeah. So just working on a team and being outside, and it was just a good fit. It was like I was kind of made to do it. I just
felt
enjoyed
right.
it. Yeah, it just felt right. It was just right off the bat. It was a good fit. And I just fell right into it. And you're lucky if that happens to you.
Yes.
Whatever
I agree.
you are, whatever you're doing.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel the same way. I'm like, how did I get to where I am today? And I feel lucky. I don't think I would have planned it. Like you're saying, sometimes these things just happen.
Yeah, I had some apprehension, in the beginning, and just talking to other folks who'd done it previously. And they're like, no, it's great. It's like camping for dollars. Like we're going to go camp for weeks, and we're going to work hard all day, and then we're going to go sleep in a tent, and we're going to get up and do it again. I was like, that sounds great.
So what was I'm guessing, I don't know yet, but I'm guessing a theme in these podcasts that will come up is the career progression can be interesting. So like, what are the steps to go from that, where you're like actively out camping, fighting fire, to where someday you're spending most, if not all, your time in an office and dealing with budgets and hiring in the big picture? Like, what did that look like for you timeline wise?
Yeah, that's kind of one of the hazards of the job, is someday someone's going to hand you a radio to talk on.
Uh-oh.
That's the first hazard of the job, right? They kind of leave you alone for a few years because it's dangerous to let you be in charge of anything. And then at some point they're like, oh, like you seem pretty squared away. And they hand you a radio, and that's a big fork in the road. Is you're going to let me talk on the radio while I'm on a fire and actually, help coordinate what's going on. And I've held a lot of positions along the way. We get to go a lot of different places in this job, which is also what attracted me to it. I think I've been to fires in 18 different states.
Oh, wow.
At this point. And I'm not done yet. Right. I got a lot left in me, but
was one of those states more memorable than the others? Does one stick out to you?
They are so unique. I know it sounds cliche, but I mean, literally I've spent 3 weeks camped 3 feet from the Yukon River in interior Alaska, helping manage a long duration fire up there, and I've done a lot of prescribed fire down in Big Cypress, down in South Florida. So literally this job has taken me from one corner of the country to the other. And a lot of places in between. And you just get to, granted, you're working really long hours while you're there, but you get to see a lot of interesting things. You're off the beaten path a lot.
Yeah.
So you just have a lot of shared experiences, and
must be interesting too to get to like be pretty intimately familiar with so many different types of forest as well, and like the way fire behaves so differently in these different places. And
and you have to be a student of it because I bet it'll kill you if you're not paying attention. So you are very eager to learn when you go to a new place, like how does it move right through this stuff? Does it move by jumping from tree to tree, or is it mostly ground fire? Are there interesting local factors? Like, does it burn? Some places it burns really hot and downhill at night. Didn't see that coming, right? So you gotta make sure you're being a student and finding the people that understand how fire moves on that particular landscape. And, helps keep us all safe and meet the objective, whatever that is.
Yeah. So let's jump ahead to now.
Okay.
So do you have a typical day in your job?
A lot of what drew me to this is that it's not a lot of typical. I guess should focus on maybe on the summer, because like you mentioned, the winter, when you're in a year-round position and you live at 6,300 feet in a national park, we get a lot of opportunity for winter and typically don't have fires. And in the off season, it is a lot of just planning and for next season and hiring and communicating with our partners and cooperators and just kind of getting on the same page for the next season. But once we kind of throw the switch and the temporary employees come on in the spring and we kind of ramp up and just sort of get into the mode, so to speak. A typical day, we start off with a briefing with everyone on the team, and we get together for about 20 minutes and we go through a safety conversation and a weather conversation, situation, whatever's going on, fires in the park, fires around the park, fires we may find ourselves on later that day, just whatever's going on, go through a plan for the day. And then we just sort of fledge everyone to their assignments. And typically we'll go 5 different directions on any given day. And we'll be engaged with fuels reduction projects, in some of the urban interface areas around the park. We'll be out monitoring the fuel moisture and different types of fuels that we're curious about in the park. That's a big part of the program, just being prepared for what might come, and how wet or dry the fuels are is a big part of that. So we'll be out doing that, maybe helping our neighbors with some incidents that they're managing. So they're just really, every day is different.
Yeah.
Especially once we get around to like May or so, and then through October, you just really never know what you're getting into.
Right.
So it's a good career field for someone who likes to keep moving and have surprises thrown at them.
There's a lot of moving.
Yeah.
There's a lot of moving parts. You have to be
and
really,
you're out in the field a lot in the summer?
I get to pick and choose my spots at this point. A lot, unfortunately, the field part of my job has definitely dropped off, particularly here just because of connectivity issues.
Yeah.
Because we are so remote, relatively speaking, to a lot of other places in the lower 48 that because a lot of my day-to-day responsibility is to be what we call a duty officer. So I'm the first phone call on any new potential vegetation fire. So it gets, however that report comes in from a visitor or from an employee, it'll get routed to our dispatch center. And then they call me as the duty officer and say, here's what we might have. What do you want to do about it?
So you need to be reachable.
I need to be reachable
basically.
at all times.
Yeah.
And if people can't find me, I'm not doing my job. So it does kind of keep me around headquarters a lot. But of course, I do enjoy getting out on fires.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what, in your current job, what do you think is the most important skill?
For my position, I think the ability to triage a lot of emerging problems and to pretty quickly sift through what's important and what's noise and what can wait and what, you know, you're pretty much in a, when things are rocking and rolling, there's a constant state of just, you know, your awareness is just peaked and you're just constantly trying to update what we call a common operating picture of like, what is our fire environment? What's going on? And what the biggest threats are, right? It's all about risk management. I mean, fire management is risk management. So risk to people, first and foremost, risk to infrastructure, you know, buildings, and then everything after that. So yeah, just the ability to maintain the correct flight altitude. And, you know, all of us start out as just ground pounders, right? Swinging a tool, swinging a 5-pound tool 10,000 times a day is how you first prove that you can do this.
Right.
And then you go from there to where you're virtually never swinging a 5-pound tool anymore.
Yeah.
So sometimes when, you know, when really things start rocking and rolling, some folks will revert to what they're most comfortable with, right? Which is the first thing you ever learn. And they want to kind of get in the weeds and just being able to maintain that 30,000 foot flight altitude as a fire management officer or a duty officer, that's pretty critical.
Well, and that skill to like bring in like all that different types of information and then be able to make decisions, that probably comes with a lot of experience that you've had over the years. Yeah. So if you were to like, you know, what advice, like what types of experience should people be seeking out if they want to, you know, get to your type of position one day?
Variety, just really seek variety, and particularly prescribed fires. So controlled burns, another way we describe those. Being involved with that is a great way to just see a lot of fire on the landscape and watch it and not necessarily have to just be responding to it, to take those opportunities to see how it moves and understand the physics of it. Just really pays dividends down the line. So it's just experiential learning, all of it. I mean, there's a big on-the-job training component. We have a huge continuing education component to all of this, where as you progress along, we're sending you to like more or less 1 week long classes. We have a lot of like 32 to 40 hour classes we'll send you to, but those just sort of complement that field experience. So it's just go full send, like just get as much fire under your belt as you possibly can is the best way to be good at my job. And so that's why I oscillated between the two different agencies, because, you know, the Forest Service, that's the big green machine, right? So I think half the U.S. Forest Service budget is fire management. Wow. So they're highly invested in it. And that's where the majority of the resources in America are, you know, they're in the green trucks with the different logo. And so coming up in the Park Service was great, but I also realized I'm not seeing enough fire on Park Service land to get as good as I need to get at this to have the job I want to have someday. So I knew I wanted a job like I have now, but to get there, I had to leave the agency, you know, go to a different federal agency, and ended up running a hotshot crew for close to a decade, which is a great way to see a lot of fire.
Yeah.
So that was just all by design. That was like, well, I think I've done what I can. In the Park Service, there just wasn't as many opportunities to move up or move laterally. We just don't have as big a program. And it's like, I'm going to go fight fire with the Forest Service for about a decade. And then I'll come back and I'll feel a lot more confident what I'm doing.
So you did want to end up back at the Park Service?
Absolutely.
Ultimately?
Yeah.
Why that over, like you said, Forest Service is the big agency that's handling all this stuff. What about the Park Service made you want to end up here?
I just love the mission, really. And I mean, it's the greatest, last, best places. Right? I mean, the Park Service units are, particularly for me, loving the mountains. I mean, being in the Northern Rockies, it's just outrageous. And this region in particular, I've spent time in the Pacific West and the Pacific Northwest, and I love those systems as well. But I mean, the Rockies are just outrageous. So for me, you can't beat it. So
yeah.
Yeah. Was that kind of same sentiment what drew you to Yellowstone? Or was there some sort of draw to Yellowstone for you in particular?
I've spent about 5 years of my life in Alaska. So one of my early Park Service positions, actually my first permanent appointment I was the first helicopter manager hired at Denali. In the year 2000, we had the National Fire Plan came out. So we'd had kind of a succession of really intense fire seasons in America. And the result of that was a thing called the 2000 National Fire Plan. And a big part of that was a big injection of funding into fire management in America. So, a lot of life's timing, right? And so when the National Fire Plan rolled around, I had about 9 seasons under my belt, either of fire management or wildlife or fisheries management. And I think three full seasons and a few qualifications under my belt. And then all these permanent jobs popped up. And I was sort of in a really good position to compete for one of them. So that was just good timing. And a lot of my peers, we call ourselves like National Fire Plan babies because we all got our start. We all got our very first